Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon and welcome to the Royal Society, or if you've been here before, welcome back to the Royal Society. If you're not aware what the Royal Society is, we are the UK's National Academy of Science, and we're also the oldest continuously existing scientific institution in the world, and a fellowship of some of the world's leading scientists. So in history, that's people like Isaac Newton, Albert Einstein, Stephen Hawking, and in the modern era, people like Dame Wendy Hall, Vint Cerf, Tim Berners-Lee. I'm very pleased we are joined with today in the room. So we're here to celebrate the 50th anniversary of the internet. Before I get to that, I'm going to make a couple of housekeeping announcements. First of all, we're not expecting a fire alarm, so if you hear one, please calmly follow the Royal Society staff out of the building. And if you need to use the bathroom at any point, feel free to do so. They are located on the lower ground floor on the steps near where you signed in. So we've been celebrating the 50th anniversary all day so far. So in the morning we did an exercise to look at the next 50 years of the internet, thinking about the hopes, fears and expectations for what the internet might look like at its 100th anniversary. And very excited for this afternoon, especially to hear some of the reflections over the origins of the internet. Very excited to hear from Vint, who've been very fortunate to work with at the Royal Society in our data and digital tech policy team on projects related to the online information environment, looking at how the internet's changing the way we consume and produce information and its role in contributing towards disinformation, and more recently on our new projects on disability data and assistive technologies. And a fun fact, I looked at Vint's Wikipedia page earlier, and I hope you won't mind me sharing this. I know he's talking to Wendy at the moment, so maybe unaware that I'm about to say this. It's okay. It's okay. So I hope you won't mind me sharing this, but Vint recently turned 81 years old, a great age. And it made me also wonder about my own age, which is 31. And if you do the quick maths, you'll realize that Vint is 50 years my elder. And if I live as healthy a life as Vint, then hopefully one day I'll be around for the 100th anniversary of the internet. And in the meantime, we'll try and shape what the next 50 years look like. And again, can't wait to hear what we say. And if I do make it to the 100th anniversary, I promise to recap everything that we spoke about 50 years prior. But I'm not going to hold you up any longer. I'm now going to introduce our first speaker. That's Professor Yannis Ioannidis, who's a professor of informatics at the University of Athens and the president of the Association for Computing Machinery.
It's a great pleasure to be here at the Royal Society, and we're representing ACM, the Association for Computing Machinery, co-organizing with the Royal Society this celebration. ACM is the largest global organization of computing professionals, and I want to emphasize global. We have to serve all computing professionals and also have to serve society, and we have to be celebrating all the milestones for all these years that have gone in computing. And internet has been one of those that has affected many others. In my field, I'm a data person, and I believe that data rules the world. But data is meaningless and is useless unless it can be shared. And it's the internet that has allowed us to share it. I just realized 81 is not just a number, it is 3 to the 2 to the 2. And when you have this kind of things, you have two twos. Okay, we're in computing, power of 2. So go for it, another 2. In the power. So it's a great pleasure, really looking forward to what is going to happen in the rest of this afternoon. And ACM will capitalize for all professionals in the UK, in Europe, and around the world. And now it is even the highlight of what I'm going to present. I will introduce Professor Dame Wendy Hall, professor in Southampton, and I will spend the rest of the hour, talking about her. I'll just mention web science, together with Tim Berners-Lee, Sir Tim Berners-Lee, who is with us. They formed the concept, they formed the institutions around them, and they really pressed this, which came on top of internet and really changed our worlds. I mean, maybe we think, Vint, that internet changed the world. Well, probably web changed the world more, but this was an enabler. And now very important in AI and AI regulation. So, great pleasure, Professor Dame Wendy Hall.
I didn't know it was a competition between the internet and the web as to which changed the world most. I can't tell you what a pleasure it is to be here, and there are an amazing crowd of people in the audience, many of whom we would have loved to have had on panels, because we've got people here who are real influencers and shakers in this world. And it's been a long time in the planning. I just want to thank our lead sponsors, the Royal Society and the ACM. Thank you, Yanis, for making this event possible. And to explain that bottom line, the thing that a number of us here, there's Jim and Nigel and Nosh and us, Tim in the audience, we formed the Web Science Trust. And together we're about to form an alliance with the other organisations, the Digital Humanities Organisation, Digital Enlightenment Organisation, and the People-Centred Internet that Mei Lin and Vint co-founded. We're forming a new alliance for the good of the web and the internet going forward. And the organisation I run in Southampton is the Web Science Institute, and the team here, I would like to thank everybody. Susan and Nicola and Courtney and who have I forgotten? Raya. Thank you guys very much for putting all the hard work in. Together, of course, with the awesome team from the Royal Society. I don't know all your names, but you are just a privilege to work with. Thank you. Thank you, Arik. As soon as we put this idea up, he said, I want to do that with you. So it's now my great privilege to introduce the reason why we're here today. Vint Cerf. I am old enough, of course, to remember life before the internet. I'm not old enough to remember, at 74 I was studying maths at university. I'm not old enough to remember the foundations of the internet, but of course with when Tim built the web on top of the internet, that's when I became involved with all this. I shouldn't actually add that, Yanis, you're not the only president of the ACM here. Both Vint and I are past presidents of the ACM, and that's how we actually, personally, you're always the past president, right? They can never take that away from you. Someone once said to me, there's nothing as past as a past president. The active president is the one to be with. But that's where Vint and I think, really got to know each other well. And it's a privilege to have, of course, Vint and his wife Sigrid here in the audience. I was thinking last night, I had to mention this, as we watched the England team lose last night, I was thinking that I listened to the England team winning in 1966 on a transistor radio, because of course there was no internet, and we were staying in a B&B, I forget where, somewhere on the south coast, on a family holiday. There were no televisions anywhere. So the only way we could hear the match was in the pouring rain, listening to a transistor radio, because in those days, if you were in a B&B, you had to leave the B&B at 9:30 in the morning, and you couldn't go back till 5:30 at night. It wasn't like Airbnb today. So in the days when it was pouring with rain, you had to find other ways to entertain yourselves without an internet. And anyway, that's a long time ago, and look how things have changed. And I don't think I'm going to say anymore. I just want us to hear from, I will say, the co-inventor of the internet, because of course we are all aware it was Vint and Bob Kahn who invented it, and we're so privileged to have Vint here today to celebrate his birthday, if you like, with the anniversary of the internet, the birthday of the internet. And Vint, it's over to you to tell us whatever you want to say about past, present and future.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. This is a special treat, I must say. Can we switch to my output from the laptop? Excellent. It's amazing. You know, it used to be when you show up with this kind of equipment, it would be half an hour and you'd be fussing around and cables and connectors wouldn't work and everything else. And this was an absolutely straightforward, find the right adapter, plug it in, done. So first of all, I'm really delighted to be here. Sigrid is with, my wife is with me. We come back to England as often as we can because she has the world's worst case of Downton Abbey disease. So stately manor homes, homes and manor houses are an important part of our agenda. But today, the important agenda is to look back and look forward at 50 years of the internet. And to see where we might do better than where we have ended up. So you're going to get a view from my perspective, which means it's incomplete. And so if I've left you out, if your name wasn't where you thought it should be, please don't blame me too much. It's because there isn't enough time. And in my case, I probably don't know all the 10 million people who deserve credit for making the internet what it is today. But I did try to pick up some important milestones in this story. By the way, the slides will be available. I'm happy to share them. There's nothing secret about them. So if you're worried about trying to read it all or take notes, don't worry too much. The original idea for packet switching was first published, as far as I know, in 1962. Paul Barron was doing work for the RAND Corporation. He was trying to figure out how to build a command and control system that would be resilient even after a nuclear attack. And it was a voice system, not a data system, but he was digitizing the voice. That was the theory anyway. He never got to build this thing, but his conceptual description of it took 11 volumes and was published in 1962 or 63. Leonard Kleinrock, independent of Paul Barron's work, was studying message switching and the statistics and statistical models, stochastic models, queuing networks to describe how message switching would work or did work. And so he was building queuing theoretic models which were directly relevant to the behavior of packet switch systems. He started that work at MIT, but then he went to UCLA, where he eventually ran what was called the Network Measurement Center for the ARPANET, the predecessor to the internet. And here in this country, Don Davies, who was involved in the Bletchley Park efforts during World War II, was at the National Physical Laboratory and began looking deeply at packet switching as a technology for computer communication. As far as I know, he was not aware of the work that Kleinrock was doing, but he certainly understood the utility of using this electronic postcard-like system for computer-to-computer communication. There were people who saw the possibilities of packet switching and wanted to test the idea out, and they were sponsored by the Advanced Research Projects Agency. Licklider and Roberts and Taylor were all directors of the Information Processing Techniques Office of ARPA over the course of some years, starting in the 1960s, and were the principal reasons why the ARPANET project was started. Bob Kahn was at Bolt, Beranek, and Newman and was one of the key architects of the ARPANET, and Steve Crocker, who was a graduate student at UCLA, during this period essentially ran the network working group that developed the host level protocols for the ARPANET, and I participated in that at UCLA. In 1973, Bob Metcalf, having visited the University of Hawaii and discovered the AlohaNet, came back to Xerox Palo Alto Research Center and developed the Ethernet idea, which was running at 3 megabits a second, which at the time was considered very high speed on a coaxial cable. And concurrent with that, Bob Kahn and I started working on the concept of a multi-network internet. He had already started work when we met on a packet radio and a packet satellite system, in addition to the ARPANET itself, all three of which were going to be used to support mobile vehicles, ships at sea, and aircraft in computer communication. Here at University College London, Peter Kirstein and his group got one of the first nodes of the ARPANET installed here in 1973 and began work on the implementation of TCP/IP along with Ray Tomlinson at Bolt, Beranek, and Newman and my team at Stanford. And so it's very important for people to appreciate that the UK has had a lot to do with the development of this technology, as have others in other parts of Europe. And I mentioned packet radio and packet satellite. There were people in institutions funded by ARPA to design and build those systems that made up the original three-network internet. There's a plaque, which is probably not very readable where you are, but if you do a Google search for Stanford Internet plaque, you'll see a list of even more names of people who were involved deeply in this project from about 1973 to 1975 or 76. And I draw your attention to that to emphasize how many fingers were in the pie. Many, many people made this happen. This is not just Bob Kahn and me, it's lots and lots of people. This is what the first ARPANET looked like. It was a 4-node system. The Sigma 7 machine was at UCLA, and I was responsible for programming it to connect it to the ARPANET and then to generate traffic to test Glenn Kleinrock's queuing theoretic models. So Bob Kahn and I would run a whole series of performance tests and measure the results and compare that with the predicted results from the queuing theoretic models. And of course, we broke the network repeatedly. And Bob Kahn went back to Bolt, Beranek, and Newman with a big smile on his face because he had predicted that it wasn't going to work right. And his colleagues said, no, you're wrong. The probability of failure is the same as the probability of all the oxygen molecules accumulating up in the corner of the room and everyone else asphyxiating. And so he went back and showed his colleagues that they needed to make changes to the protocols. This is what a packet switch looked like back in 1969. It was the size of a refrigerator. And was delivered in a very heavy metal container because, after all, Bolt, Beranek, and Newman was delivering this on a defense contract, and they knew it was going into a hostile environment, namely a university full of graduate students. And so they protected it as much as they could. We were also experimenting with mobile packet radio in the San Francisco Bay Area, and this nondescript-looking van had a stacked dipole array antenna sticking up the top, had no labels or any indication of who it belonged to at all. And it used to drive up and down the Bayshore Freeway, occasionally pausing to test to see what the shot noise from the cars that were going by would be interfering with the radio transmissions. And there's a story that one day, the engineer who was driving it stopped the vehicle on the side of the Bayshore Freeway and got out and went in the back in order to do some tests. And a police car sees this completely unlabeled vehicle on the side of the road with the antenna sticking up the top. And there's nobody in the front, so he knocks on the back door. And they open up the door, and there's these bearded, geeky-looking guys with computers and radios and other stuff. And he says, "Who are you?" And somebody says, "Oh, we work for the government." And the cop says, "Which government?" But officer, we were only going 50 kilobits a second. Now, just to show you how ambitious things were, to give you perspective here, this is what a packet radio looked like. It was a cubic foot, cost $50,000, and operated at 100 to 400 kilobits a second. We were extremely interested in doing packet speech and packet video way back then. So just think of what you do today. We were trying to figure out how to do that almost 50 years ago. We used very advanced telephone technology, the Mickey Mouse phone there. We didn't have very much data rate, and so, a digitized voice stream typically takes 64 kilobits a second. The backbone of the ARPANET was 50 kilobits a second. The packet radio network was running between 100 and 400 kilobits a second. You can't get a whole lot of voice channels on that. So we used a compression scheme called linear predictive code with 10 parameters, which models the voice tract as a stack of cylinders that change their diameter as the voice is being produced, and then it's excited by a pitch or a formant frequency. You send those parameters, just those 10 parameters, to the other side, and it inverts the compression and produces sound output. Now, that was compressing 64 kilobits down to 1,800 bits a second, which, is going to lose a certain amount of quality. So anybody that talked through the system sounded like a drunken Norwegian. And the day came when I had to demonstrate this to a bunch of generals at the Pentagon. And I remember thinking, okay, how am I going to do this? And then I remembered that one of the participants in the Packet Voice project was Ingvar Lund from the Norwegian Defense Research Establishment. So I had Ingvar speak first through the Autovon circuit switch voice system of the Defense Department, and then I had him talk through the Packet Voice system, and it sounded exactly the same. and we didn't tell the generals that everybody would sound that way. But I want to emphasize how ambitious we were back in those days, literally 50 years ago, about trying to use the technology for these more advanced applications. Well, finally, we got all of the software more or less stabilized, and we did a 3-network test in November of 1977 that linked the packet radio net, the ARPANET, and the packet satellite net together using the TCP/IP protocols. That was a really important demonstration. It convinced me that the TCP/IP could actually be made to work over very diverse kinds of networks. And eventually, the Ethernet also became part of that community of nets. The U.S. government made enormous investments in backbone packet net development using the TCP/IP protocol. So NSF and the Department of Energy and NASA joined ARPA in building backbone nets, which were all fully interconnected with each other. So we had 4 major backbone networks running in the 1980s, and academic networks everywhere, especially here in the UK and in Europe, were also beginning to adopt these systems. NSF sponsored international connections to link the academic networks of organizations in Europe and South America, in the Far East, as part of the building of a large-scale global academic network capability. In the 25th anniversary of the ARPANET occurred in 1994, and on August 8th, Newsweek magazine asked 3 of us to pose for a demonstration or illustration of how primitive the technology was back in the day. It took us all day to set up this shot. We had to go find the zucchinis and the yellow squash and something to string them together, and 5-pound tins of coffee. And we decided to make this a geek joke. If you look carefully, you can see that it's ear to ear and mouth to mouth, but there's no mouth to ear. This network would never work. This is what the internet looks like today, although some of you will know I'm cheating. This was actually generated in 1999 from the routing tables. The reason I wanted to show this is the different colors illustrate different networks. They're all operated independently of each other. They pick the software and hardware they're going to use. They choose who they're connecting with and on what terms and conditions. It's entirely distributed. There isn't any central control. If there's any centralization at all, it is to coordinate the allocation of IP address spaces and the domain name system. But other than that, this is a highly collaborative and very distributed and very international operation. And it continues to look like this today. So here we are today. Computers are everywhere, and I'm not going to read through every bit here, but I just want to emphasize how deeply software has penetrated our social and economic environment. Whether it's workstations and desktops and laptops or pads and mobiles or smartphones, we're using a variety of radio-based technologies which have evolved over time up to the 5G and 6G levels. We're using Bluetooth and near-field communications on chips on your credit cards. We have many, many things that are internet-enabled now. We call it the Internet of Things. There's slow but steady motion towards IP version 6 instead of v4. If I had gone back to my 30-year-old self and told myself, you're going to need 128 bits of address space, I would have told my older self that you were crazy and go away. I mean, that's, 3.4 times 10 to the 38th addresses, which is a number only the Congress can appreciate, or the Parliament. But we clearly need that now, and so there's been a slow transition, too slow for my taste. For those of you who are involved in using computers for research or anything for applications, computational X for every value of X you can think of is starting to be a meaningful expression, whether it's things like chemistry or physics or biology or linguistics. And of course, the hot topic of the day, which also showed up this morning, are the large language models evolving from machine learning and what is still called artificial intelligence. Even though some of these things look like they're really just generating output from artificial idiots. That's another interpretation of AI. Nonetheless, they are showing extraordinary capability, and we're in a hyperbolic period right now. There are also huge, deep neural networks that are being used for constructive applications. At Google, for example, the DeepMind group figured out how proteins are folded up as they're being produced by ribosomes, and they generated a dictionary of 200 million proteins and their structure that could be generated by the interpretation of human DNA. That could somehow or someday be a way in which we could identify small molecules that could interfere with the disease process to prevent some disease from developing, for example. And then cloud computing is everywhere, and it's becoming very much more heterogeneous. Many of you will remember the RISC-TIP design, reduced instruction set architecture, was extremely popular, but we've now discovered that specialization is important. And so in today's world, there are CPUs and graphical processing units and tensor processing units, and someday maybe quantum processing units. And computers are now moving out of the cloud to the edge of the cloud, in between us and our desktops, laptops, and IoT devices. So computers are everywhere, and data is everywhere. And you heard just earlier in opening remarks from Wendy and Yannis how important data has turned out to be. And of course, it's the quality of the data really counts here. If you're relying on data to go build systems that are using machine learning, for example, if the data isn't any good, the model won't be either. There's huge amounts of data coming from terrestrial sources, from satellite sources, from smartwatches and other kinds of wearables. There's financial data, which is flowing all over everywhere, medical data. And this all leads to the notion of data science and modeling and machine language training. And so today's world is filled with computational X and heavy use of data. But there have been some unexpected, at least unexpected by me, consequences of all this. One of them is that we deliberately reduced the barriers of access to computing technology and information when we tried to build the internet. Our purpose was to reduce those barriers to nearly zero so that people could share data, could find data, could process data, and could exchange data across international boundaries. The consequence of all of that, plus access to internet carrying capability, including things like fiber optic cables and LEO satellites and Wi-Fi and so on, all of those things have led to a side effect, which is that many, many parties who get access to these technologies are abusing their access to it, which was provided very deliberately to the general public starting around 1989 and certainly enhanced with the arrival of Sir Tim Berners-Lee's World Wide Web in 1991. So the problem we have here is that we're seeing parties injecting information on the net, which is harmful, engaging in activities on the net, which is harmful. They are using these tools at scale. Just by way of example, YouTube reports that they receive 500 hours of video per minute uploaded into the network, and an extremely larger amount going outbound. And the ability to look at all that and decide whether it's harmful or not has to be automated, and those tools are still not entirely reliable. We're also seeing monetization of applications and media as part of the evolution of the system. But we're faced with misinformation and disinformation, malware, ransomware, denial of service attacks, bullying, and a bunch of other bad behaviors, in addition to everything else, which I consider to be extremely constructive. So it's a really mixed environment, and it's an international in scope. The packets of the internet don't know when they've crossed international borders, and the result is that there are real crimes that occur on a trans-border basis, and we need international cooperation in order to hold parties accountable for their bad behavior. The other thing that's been so fascinating is that we've created institutions as part of the Internet and World Wide Web evolution as they were needed. So they weren't created ab initio with any vision ahead of time. They were created as they seemed to be needed. And I won't go through this giant list. You can read all that. But it's amazing the diversity of Internet and web entities that have been created that play a very important part in the continued evolution and use of the Internet and the World Wide Web. I've already pointed out that these are all transnational constructs which lead to need for international agreements. The virtual that we started out with is less virtuous than we had hoped. And so there are real-world consequences of this virtual environment. I am of the opinion that cyberspace needs both identifiability and accountability as part of its fabric, so that parties who are doing harmful things can be held accountable for that. There are universality conflicts, that is to say, by making this universal and accessible to everyone around the world, some countries that see themselves as sovereign entities, which they legitimately do, are concerned about their own ability to enforce their laws and norms. And so we struggle with the utility of universality and the potential international side effects of that. And now today we see UN engagement, we see the Global Digital Compact, which is going to be emerging out of the Summit for the Future just in September. We have the European Union with the Digital Services Act and the Digital Markets Act and other legislation, all of which is aimed at trying to make the Internet a safer environment for everyone. It's almost as if we need a new Rousseau to write a digital social contract that we would all like to subscribe to. So I want to shift gears now into this solar system Internet, only to point out that in a sense, the evolution of the network will continue easily over the rest of this century. Way back in 1997, a Pathfinder landed successfully on Mars after 20 years of failures. You remember that in 1976, the Viking 1 and 2 landed on Mars successfully, and then 20 years goes by with nothing working. So the Pathfinder arrived successfully in 1997, followed by a number of other rovers that landed successfully in subsequent years. And I remember dashing off to the Jet Propulsion Laboratory in 1998, so excited about the successful landing on Mars, and they insisted on talking to the communications team that was supporting Sojourner. And within a few minutes, we had come to the conclusion in 1998 that we should be working on something we were going to need 25 years later, specifically a solar system Internet. And that's what we've been working on. So there have been prototype software has been running on Mars since 2004 with Spirit and Opportunity, and many other rovers and orbiters have been sent to Mars that are using prototype software that would become part of the interplanetary system. And in the 2030s, this is not literally what it looks like, but the things that are on these charts exist or are planned for that time frame. By that time, we will not only have returned to the moon, but we will also have gone on to at least Mars, if not some of the other planets. The thing I want to end with is to point out that this leap off the planet is creating a really interesting set of policy problems, because NASA and perhaps some of the other space agencies have chosen to privatize a great deal of the moon return. So there's a company called Intuitive Machines, which landed a rover of its own, private sector company, on the moon recently. Some of them are planning to build habitats. Some are planning to build mining systems. NASA has offered to purchase the output of the mines, and which means that they're creating an economy, space-based economy. And the interesting question for the private sector, of course, is that suppose you build a mine on the moon, are you allowed to own the property that the mine is on? And the answer is no, according to the Outer Space Treaty of 1967. I think that is going to come into conflict with the normal way in which the private sector operates. And then what happens if someone interferes with your mine? Where do you turn? in order to deal with it. Do we need, where are the moon police? In which place do I register my mine? How do I deal with other disputes? All of that is coming in the next few years, not the next few decades. And so if you think of this as a time of change, indeed it is. We are in the middle of yet another major transformation of our technology and our society. And that's why the rest of this session is so important. Now I'm going to stop there. Thank you for your time, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the afternoon.
Is this on? Okay, good.
Oh, wait a minute.
Yes, we have a brief conversation.
Just hiding behind here to talk.
So while he's hiding, I'll just say how proud and honored I am to have co-founded the People-Centered Internet with Vint Cerf. It all started 10 years ago when he said, Malin, do you know it's the 40th anniversary of the internet this year? And we ended up celebrating it, and you can see the celebration at tcpip40.com. But what I heard at that was people from around the world who had come to that session, and the most memorable was the widow and daughter of the Moscow State University professor who brought the internet to the Soviet Union, and how much it meant. He had passed away, and she said, this is what he was proudest of in his whole life. And she said, I want you to understand, he didn't know what would happen to him. In fact, I remember her distinctly saying, I don't know if it's true or I imagined it, he could have gone to Lubyanka for doing this. But he did it. And that spirit of the people who took the internet around the world, I call it fueled by friendship. Vint calls it common cause. Nonetheless, we agreed to form the People-Centered Internet because it was the people that brought the internet. And for the future, we need an internet of the people, by the people, and for the people. We co-founded it. We are of a later generation, older generation, and I'd like to have Yascha Stein, the executive chair of the People-Centered Internet, and looking at, please stand up, Yascha, hearing Arik, he's going to be there at the 100th anniversary of the internet. I hope Yascha will be, and it is the young people who should be inspired. How many risks did this man take? How ambitious was he? How did he seize the big wave that entered into his life?
Thank you.
We need you. Without you, the future is not going to be what we want it to be. Be ambitious. So, Vint, it's really nice for us to be here, and I have a couple of questions that tee up our later sessions. We're going to have the next session with Sir David Payne chairing, and it's about the internet and infrastructure. Carl Bildt, the Prime Minister then of Sweden, said, the internet is the infrastructure that underlies all infrastructure. From your perspective, what would you like to leave us with if we actually think that that's true and we want to go forward to build an internet that's worthy of being the foundation of all infrastructure?
Well, I think I tried to imply in my talk that in addition to building the physical infrastructure and the logical infrastructure, the software and the protocols, the things that Bob Kahn and I and others and Sir Tim have done, we need to now understand more deeply how they are being used and what kinds of information and what kinds of standards are needed in order to make these things usable in a safe and secure way. That may imply not only new protocols, but also content that we need in order to understand the origins of information. Provenance has turned out to be an important term in a lot of these discussions. Where did this information come from? Where did this object come from? In the art industry and in antiquities, there's always an important element of provenance. Who owned it? Where did it come from? What transactions have taken place? How can we establish a track record of those transactions? And so I think provenance is going to turn out to be a very important element. The other thing that's going to be important is figuring out how to introduce norms into our online society that provide incentive for better behavior, and to also, that has both positive and negative components to it. Accountability and liability may turn out to be our friends as we try to fashion an online environment that we all want to be part of. So I think in addition to the fundamental physical infrastructure and the logical infrastructure, we need to have I guess I'll call it a regulatory infrastructure that produces better behavior than we have seen up until now.
Thank you. One of my biggest memories is you speaking at South by Southwest, where you spent almost the entire talk talking about Sigrid, his wife. And it really made me realize how much the access of the internet for people who are differently abled has actually come out of your own personal experience. I think that the internet is offering opportunities for more and more people of all different abilities. The panel that I will be chairing later is about the internet as a facilitator of opportunities. But I would like all of us to hear from Vint how his own personal experience actually made him realize that the internet needed to be for differently abled, the deaf, the blind.
Well, first of all, this isn't just about the internet. This is about software in general. And anyone who has any difficulty at all, either reading or hearing or with motor impairment, will know that a lot of the technologies and applications that we use are not very well adapted to people who need assistive technology. And this is partly a consequence of the fact that the people that make the software don't have intuition about how to make it accessible. You know, putting a blindfold on does not give you intuition about what works for someone who is blind. Sticking wax in your ear does not give you an intuition about how to make something accessible for a person with hearing impairment. You really need to understand what does and doesn't work. And I need more training, I think, to gain intuition. Let me just give you one worked example of this. Suppose that you're colorblind, and people keep showing you charts that use different colors to distinguish information in the chart, and you can't tell the difference between some of the colors. So you're not getting the information you should be getting, or worse, you're getting conflated information because it's confusing. Now, if you also remember that shape is another way of conveying difference, or maybe texture is another way of conveying difference, if you said that, well, the red things are always circles and the blue things are always triangles and the green things are always hexagons, then if you turn off the color, it should still be understandable to someone who can't see the color. And that's a small little example. But it's the sort of thing you want people who are designing software to appreciate over a much broader range of possible interventions to improve accessibility. This makes me think of Alexander Graham Bell. His wife was deaf, just like my wife, Sigrid. And he invents the telephone, which deaf people can't use. And there's something twistedly ironic about that. So I think we need to work much harder on making things accessible, and that's not just about the internet, it's about software in general. But if you've given me an opportunity to tell a little story about Sigrid, because it's such a great story of how technology can make a huge difference. In Sigrid's case, she lost her hearing when she was 3 years old, which means she had acquired sound. But she had spinal meningitis and had a high temperature, and the little ciliary hairs inside the cochlea that normally move as the tympanum is oscillating from sound input were burned out, basically. They died, and so she didn't have any means of actually detecting the sound. which meant that the brain never got any signals saying there was sound coming in. But starting in 1973 or so, about the same time that the Ethernet was invented and the internet was being worked on, there was work going on in Australia and in the US on cochlear implants, which basically insert electrodes into the little snail-shaped cochlea, and then that's attached to a processing element which is going to stimulate various of the electrodes that are embedded in the auditory nerve. So what's going to happen is that this system is going to stimulate the auditory nerve and deliver signals to the brain, which the brain is supposed to interpret as sound. Now, in order for that to work, we have to understand pretty clearly how the brain interprets those signals. And we have to be able to generate those signals in a way that makes sense to the brain. So Sigrid, after having spent her 50 years lip reading only for communication, gets a cochlear implant in 1996. It's a 45-minute outpatient operation at Johns Hopkins in Baltimore. She comes home, waits a couple of weeks, then she goes back to be activated, which basically means the speech processor is essentially programmed to take sound in, figure out which frequencies are present and at what amplitude, and then select electrodes to stimulate to deliver to the brain the information that this is the sound that the speech processor is detecting. So she gets all mapped up, and she picks up the phone, and we've been married for 30 years at this point. She picks up the phone and calls me, and we have a conversation for the first time on the telephone. It wasn't a deep conversation, but it was pretty amazing. By the time I got home, I discovered I had a 53-year-old teenager at home. I couldn't get her off the phone. So she would calls would come from marketing people, and she would take up the phone, anybody. Now, at the time, I was senior VP at MCI for engineering, and this was AT&T calling. So Sigrid picks up the phone, and she says, hello, who are you? Well, we're calling for AT&T. Well, where are you? Well, I'm in India. And he said, wow, your English is pretty good. Where did you learn that? And so this goes on for about half an hour, and this poor soul saying, so you're going to switch now? And she says, no, my husband works for MCI, but thanks for calling. And she hangs up. And then she decided she wanted to listen to recorded books for the blind to hear words that she hadn't heard, how they were pronounced. So she calls the library. Remember, she's on the phone doing this. She asks, can I sign up for recorded books for the blind? And they say, sure, no problem. Name, address, phone number. And then they say, no, you're blind, aren't you? And she says, no, I'm deaf. And there's this long pause, and they're trying to figure out, how is that going to work? She ended up listening to 500 books on tape, and now she knows when people are mispronouncing words, and she recognizes accents. Then she went after any additional technology that would give her access to sound. So patch cords to plug into the airplane to watch the movie. All she's getting is the sound from the movie and not the screaming kid that's 2 seats away. She has a microphone that she carries with her at all times that you can clip on a lapel. She has an FM transmitter receiver that she could use in situations like this. So she is the bionic woman. But it's a great example of how you can push technology to make a big difference in your life. And I'm hoping that we can see similar kinds of developments for other kinds of disabilities that the internet and software in general can make real. And so I hope that some of our agenda over the next decades will be to achieve that objective.
I am so glad that you could see the man behind the engineer, because this is what it took, a caring father and husband who didn't leave that all at home, that the man who is one of the fathers of the internet brought his whole self to this huge challenge. And I want for the next 50 years to call forth the best of you, all of you, so that we can have a future that is worthy of the future generations that will take from us. Thank you, Vint.
No, thank you very much.
Sir David Payne.
while David prepares. I'm the light entertainment, as in I'll be moderating the Q&A sessions at the end of each of the 3 sessions we've now got coming up. There is a Slido available for everyone to use if you wish, though I will take questions from the audience as well. So while you're listening carefully, please feel free to post questions. If you can't get to the QR code, find one of the organisers and they will get you onto the Slido. And we'll have some time for that. So I look forward to engaging with you all later. And now over to you, David.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So I'm Professor Sir David Payne from the University of Southampton. My background is that since the mid-60s, I've been working on the internet infrastructure, most notably the optical infrastructure, many of the components that make up today's amazing internet came from the group I was privileged to lead. This session is about infrastructure, the hardware that makes up the internet. And I thought it'd be useful to start with a few facts. The global internet consists of 5 billion kilometers of optical fiber today, carrying 99% of the data that you are so used to consuming. The remainder is wireless, which is very important for that final last drop, and Wi-Fi. And it's those components which allow you the instant access to the internet. The optical fiber itself was actually developed in 1964, so it is actually the 60th anniversary of the optical fiber, and this was by Charles Cow, working here in the UK in Harlow, Essex, for a company called STC. Sadly, Charles has passed away, but you will recall that he got the Nobel Prize for that. So my thesis with my distinguished panel is that innovations in the internet are driven by the hardware, the materials, the inventions, which are then bolted together to form this amazing network that we're also used to, but is invisible to us. And if you want to know what happens to the internet next, have a look at what's happening in the hardware area. That is not to say that the internet is not hugely dependent upon all this wonderful software and applications that ride on that infrastructure. But part of this discussion, I'm hoping, will be where are the bottlenecks? What is the impact of those bottlenecks? What are we concerned about within the infrastructure? And how do we overcome them? And what does the world look like in 20, 30, 40, 50 years' time as a result of these amazing innovations? So let me introduce my distinguished panel. And they are, if you'd like to come up, panel, when I call your name, Professor Andrew Ellis, who is a networking expert, has worked his entire career on developing new forms of optical networking, both in BT and now at Aston University. Professor Dimitra Simeonidou. Dimitra is at the University of Bristol. She is, I've worked with her for many years, as I have with Andy, is an expert on convergence and one of the only people I know that actually understands Wi-Fi, wireless, optical, the whole lot all put together, and has actually built an amazing demonstrator of that in the city of Bristol. And I'm hoping that she's going to get to talk about that in just a moment. Martin Botterman, who is the board director of ICANN, who is an expert on dependability and security of networks. And I'm sure that is going to be one of the concerning topics that we will discuss today. How secure is our data? what's the vulnerability and resilience of the internet in these difficult geopolitical times. Finally, Professor Gavin Smith, Cybersecurity Chair, the University of Manchester, and he is a former CTO of GCHQ, and as far as I can tell, knows about, more than anybody on the planet, about the security systems that keep us safe. So, welcome, panel. I am going to ask you each now to give 2 minutes of yourself, who you are, and what sort of things you would like to see us address. And we will be taking, after these introductions, I have a few questions of my own, but we will be taking, as you heard, some Slido questions, which might appear on the screen. So, over to you.
Okay, thank you, Sir David. Welcome, everybody. It's really a pleasure to be here. Maarten Botterman is my name. I'm Dutch. I flew over from Rotterdam. And my work at the ICANN board is something I do and care about, because ICANN really makes the internet work. Couldn't do it alone, but without the unique addressing system that is provided, we wouldn't be here. And my focus has been for many years over my career on really, so how does this make a difference? And infrastructure does come in here. When I was starting with the end of the 80s with the introduction of telework in the Dutch administration and later on in Europe and the world, we found that communication was really dependent on infrastructures that were of a very different nature than today. And even over time, we saw the stress on infrastructures. I remember having access from home as an internet user, as teleworker, where the more people came to use the internet in the street, the less the quality of my service became. Nowadays, that's not true anymore, and I think with COVID we saw that, particularly in some areas in the world, the access wasn't the problem anymore. So, as a demonstration of the evolution. My dedication over the last years has been that connection is very important, access is very important, it needs to be inclusive, it needs to be around the world. But as soon as you're connected, you also need to be able to rely on that connection. And this is why the logical layer of ensuring that the integrity of the addressing of the data and the security of the data are so important as soon as you are connected.
Great. Thank you, Martin. Andy.
Thank you. So I'm Andrew Ellis from Aston University. I started out in life the year after the optical fibre was invented. I started out my academic career the year after Sir Dave started building fibre lasers and then optical amplifiers. He kindly lent my supervisor at university some samples, and I did my final year project based on some of the work that he was doing. I then went to work for BT, where I spent years and years and years saying, we need more bandwidth, and the operational unit saying, no, people have got 128 kilobits, that's more than enough forever. Banks have got 2 megabits, that's more than enough forever. And I argued this every year for years. Then we get to the year 2000, and people start saying, we haven't got enough bandwidth, we haven't got enough bandwidth. Smog mode off, I thought that they were over-egging it. And it turns out that we were right. They were over-egging it. We had a dot-com boom, which was followed by a bust, which wasn't particularly happy. And then it's back to normal. We need more bandwidth, says I, and everybody says we don't need any more, and argument again. People have started to say we haven't got enough bandwidth. I'm not saying anything about whether that's a valid thing or not, but I am personally worried. And the reason I'm worried is that the bandwidth is starting to cost a lot of energy. So I'm worried about energy consumption. The network infrastructure is taking, 8 years ago, it was taking 2% of UK's electricity consumption. Data centres in Ireland are taking 20% of their electricity. So I am worried that this resurgent demand for bandwidth is actually going to be an energy drain. So it's only the second time in my career that people have said, yes, we need more bandwidth, Andrew, and I was worried both times. Thank you.
Thank you, Andrew. Dimitra.
I just realized we're the same age, Andrew, because I was born 1 year after this discovery of optical fiber. We established this now. Right, so I was feeling quite uncomfortable coming to this panel, Sir David, today, because it's a hardware panel. More than 80% of what I'm doing these days is software. However, I started my life as an optical communication researcher, working really and taking quite a lot of what Southampton was doing, the discovery of fiber and optical amplifiers. I'm doing quite different things now, although quite a big part of my work still considers fiber and optical infrastructure. So 2 things I'm doing at Bristol that they're very relevant to what we are discussing today. The first one, I'm leading a research center called the Smart Internet Lab, which is bringing about 200 people together. And these 200 people are working across technologies from IoT to wireless to optical to cloud, hardware and software and co-design of the two. And the second one, which I'm very excited about, is actually I'm a co-director of an institute which is called the Bristol Digital Futures Institute. And what this institute is doing is bringing cross-disciplinary capacity to the thinking of future digital innovation, what we call socio-technical thinking into innovation, which I think is incredibly relevant when we are thinking about the internet. Now, I'm leading these activities, but this is not what I identify as my own research. So as a researcher, I'm a systems person. I'm getting very excited on problems of complexity and heterogeneity, end-to-end at scale. And I suppose that's what internet is about. I'm not worried, really. I'm quite excited. So I'm quite excited because I can see a lot of things emerging, new opportunities. And we are about actually to tackle things like convergence, to tackle things like the quantum internet, to start thinking actually about how we are going to use internet to enable AIs. So I can see a lot of opportunities in the evolution of future internet, and very interested to discuss this and how hardware could help.
Thank you, Dimitra. And finally, Gavin.
Thank you, Sir David. It's a massive privilege to be here. I do feel like I'm sat here amongst internet royalty this afternoon. And, this is quite a 50th, isn't it? So it is a real privilege. Security and cybersecurity have been an intimate part of the internet story throughout its whole story. So, it's super important to be talking about that too. I think, it's an infrastructure and an ecosystem that has enabled people to communicate, collaborate, invent, shop, share, transact securely. And I think that's a testament to some damn fine engineering, frankly. I spent most of my professional career at GCHQ, and I started just as we were all starting to live our lives online, and I left at the end of last year, just as generative AI was a thing we all started talking about a lot. The internet has been such a fundamental part of GCHQ's story, and I hope in a small way GCHQ has been a part of the internet story. Some of that's been highly visible, whether it's the work of the NCSC or every time there's a major cybersecurity incident. Some of that's less obvious, perhaps in the way that some of the threats that we now see have been changed and altered by the way GCHQ has changed its intelligence mission. So GCHQ's been at the forefront of the internet for those 50 years, and it's been a privilege to have worked with some incredibly talented individuals and be part of that, and part of an organization that helps us to keep us safe online. I think the technology and the infrastructure has been just as important in the whole story of the internet, and whether it's those changes in bandwidth, speed, compute storage, and the impact that's had on the services and the applications we can build. So, the fact that there are 5 billion people leading online lives today, so maybe that's about 1 kilometre of fibre each by my maths, is quite something, and something we should celebrate. So it's a testament to the science, it's a testament to the engineering, it's a testament to the people that made all of that happen. And so it is a massive privilege to be here celebrating that, and I can't wait to get into the discussion.
Thank you, Gavin. So I'm now going to be very unfair. I'm going to spring on these experts what they think is the next big thing in internet hardware technologies. Because as I pointed out already, this will lead us to the services that it will enable. So just a couple of numbers. The internet, the fiber production at the moment is in the region of 500 million kilometers per year, which is just an absolute stunning number. And every single fiber can carry in the region of 50 terabits per second. And we can now put as many as 8, maybe 10 or 16 fibers, cores in each single fiber. So, and the final point, fiber costs $3 a kilometer. The world's greatest ever known communication medium costs $3 a kilometer. And that is what has driven this massive global expansion. So an obvious question is, what comes next? And it might be, how do we store all this stuff, for example? You know, we're currently using tape units. That's unsustainable. So this pressure, this growth, is creating bottlenecks all around the internet, which we need to overcome. So with that little introduction, randomly, I think I'm going to point at Andy to have a shot at that one.
Randomly, eh? One slight correction to start with. We actually got to 402 terabits in a single fiber at the latest conference, but that is starting to get very close to the end. So what do I think's coming next? Well, obviously more fiber, but that's getting to be close to the sort of saturation point of what you can do, and we need to use more fibers, and more fibers is then energy scaling with the amount of capacity. So I actually think maybe throwing away some of the glass will be the next big thing to come along, partly in terms of just taking away the core and having a nice reflective structure around its anti-resonant fiber, I think they call it. That has great benefits in terms of how much spectrum we can use, so we don't need to deploy more fibers to get more bandwidth. But also because the light's more in the air, it travels at the speed of light rather than at 60% of the speed of light. So where you're worried about latency for financial trading, etc., you get significant advantages there. So I think that's one thing that's very near term that will happen. But the other thing will be throwing away the rest of the glass as well. I know it's cheap, but it costs about $1,000 per kilometer to install. It might be cheap itself, but it takes a lot to install it. So the big part of the world where we don't have fiber infrastructures, and how are we going to get 400 terabits per system out there? And so I think that free space optics is the way to do it, either between satellites with radio drops to get down in the medium term, or with cell towers with optical links on there, delivering the hundreds of terabits of capacity that they'll need, aimed at those parts of the world where we don't have the internet infrastructure at the moment.
Great, thank you, Andy. Martin, what do you think?
No, thanks. I'm not a hardware expert, but what I do think, and what I've seen, the boundaries will continue to be pushed, and mainly by the academic networks and as such, and military research, no doubt. What I would plead for is to make sure that more of these high-quality infrastructures do become available worldwide. And that's the challenge there is that currently we are seeing some cables in the ground, some above the ground, some wireless and some satellite. And the combination of that will be such that it will be able to deal with a world that is increasingly confronted with extreme weather. I'll be in the Caribbean in the later half of August. And there a real issue is that when a hurricane comes, the infrastructure goes down again. And solutions for that will need to be employed. More than 5 billion users are connected to the internet. 3 billion aren't. We need to connect those two. And that's not pushing the boundaries, but is making sure that affordable infrastructures continue to be rolled out. And the last element of that is currently with the use of energy, we're on a track that is not sustainable. So we will need to address that issue too, that computing and transfers will be less energy consuming or less going forward, because the data transfer will continue. That's predictable. It's too important, bringing too much for too many to fill. But we will need to improve also the sustainable way forward. So roll it out in the Global South, around the world, in an affordable way that is high quality. Continue to push the boundaries, and last but not least, make sure that it uses less and less energy in your newer ways forward.
Thank you, Martin. You mentioned the Global South, and we are concerned, and we have later panels which are going to talk about the so-called digital divide and the opportunities represented there. India has just rolled out fiber to, or is in the process of rolling out fiber to 200,000 villages. And that is going to be revolutionary. And they've kind of leapfrogged over the traditional approach of putting in copper first and then replacing that. And so it's going to be really interesting to watch what impact that has on all the relatively low-income people in those villages.
May I connect to that?
Yeah, please do.
In particular in India, with all the innovations and their Digital India initiative to progress the internet to enable people to overcome poverty, basically. A very important factor that makes a significant difference is that the prices for access are low there, across the country. This is a challenge in other areas like Africa, where you see that infrastructure may be there, but it's pretty expensive to use it.
Yeah. Dimitra, what's the next big thing?
Oh, the next big thing. I mean, let me respond to the capacity. And capacity is important, and we are all very grateful to fiber because it gives us the capacity and scale, global networks, but it's not the only thing. So we need computation, we need reads, and we need also customization. So computation is an important aspect. I think Vincent mentioned this quite clearly. So new compute architectures and new compute placement, bringing the computing to the edge, bringing probably, you know, optical fabric within the computing, because when you make smaller edge computational fabrics, then we can get those optical switches that they would bring power consumption down, because the size would allow us to do that. The second thing is reach and access. And you know, optical wireless is a good thing, and I think we are going to see it in future generation of access networks, but they don't support high mobility. So it's absolutely necessary to start considering Wi-Fi, cellular, and actually optical wireless terahertz spectrum as we are going forward, but making this access environment interchangeable and being able to customize together, you know, in a single environment, the access service that actually fits an application. And then going forward, we need resilience, we need access at the deepest of rural environments. I just came back from Australia. How you can fiber up Australia? It's an impossible task. So in this case, the same goes to some degree to India as well. So in this respect, actually looking at emergent satellite technologies is going to become very important. So actually, when we are looking at the future, I think that not being technology agnostic is going to be very important. Bringing all technologies together, creating these converged infrastructures that we are benefiting for different purposes, for purpose of resilience, for purpose of access, you know, for purpose of scale, that is going to be a very important consideration. So we shouldn't be technology elitist. That's quite a big thing.
Excellent point, and I think also a consequence of that point is that different solutions will be appropriate for different countries.
Correct, yes.
And I gave the example of India leapfrogging one of the technologies, and in the Global South, which is by the way, where I was brought up, it's a very different environment and to an advanced country like Europe. Good point. Thank you very much. So over to, let's see, who have I missed? No, Gavin. Hi.
So fiendishly difficult, isn't it, to predict the next big thing? And I think if you look back at the story of the internet, some of the most fascinating things have been the things that have surprised us. I think my answer is a sort of combination of some of the other panelists' answers. What's it going to be like when we connect the remaining people on Earth who haven't got access? What will all this high bandwidth connectivity to us and the edge enable us to do? There'll be new applications and new services. You're seeing commoditized, democratized access to large amounts of data, changing things at the moment. And of course, the ability to train large AI models is the one that we've been talking about at length for the last couple of years. So I think all of those things, you'll see just more and more of those. And I suspect there will be another surprise in there, another inflection point around a service or an application that we haven't thought of yet. I do start to think that the fundamental laws of physics start to apply at some point. So we're getting, towards the speeds along optical fiber that are approaching that. The same with feature size on semiconductors, and the same with the availability of spectrum. And of course, we've been mitigating those by paralleling things up, by making cell sites smaller and smaller, and so on. But it'll be interesting to see how we keep pace with those fundamental laws of physics and find ways around those, because at some point we can't change them.
Thank you. So we've touched here on what is potentially a tension between the various access technologies. Dimitra quite rightly points out that this depends upon which country in the world you are and the infrastructure that's already present. There are consequences, though, to power consumption, of course, and I want to go there in the next question, because all the speakers so far have been conscious of the fact that the internet uses an awful lot of energy. So to try and put some context around that, there seems to be agreement that the internet at the moment uses about 20% of the global electricity production. So now we have the problem of defining what is the internet, because most of that would be in the server farms, the great hyperscaled server farms, not so much on the transmission itself. So wireless, on the other hand, consumes an enormous amount of power. Each of the masts takes between 10 and 20 kilowatts from my reading, which is an awful lot of power. And the reason for that is fairly obvious. It sprays energy in all directions, whereas, of course, a fiber is very, very focused directly to the receiver. So I want people's thoughts. Well, one more fact before I go there. I heard a talk recently, and I'm not sure I fully believe it, but it's from a very reputable source, PwC, the auditors, who calculate that ICT, that is more than the internet, but computing and the internet together, will consume the entire global energy production by 2040, which is clearly unsustainable if you believe those numbers. And so they were looking at, how do we mediate this? And I'd appreciate people's thoughts on how you are going to ameliorate this massive power consumption that we are currently facing. So I'm going to start with you, Dimitra.
Okay, talking about radio, indeed what you are quoting at the moment in cellular networks, radio consumes a lot of energy. If you are looking at the more recent generations, 5G, and some of the work that starts happening on 6G, but let's focus on 5G, radio consumption, energy consumption is actually being reduced because of the beam steering operation. So you steer the beam to actually, directly provide a service to a user, to a mobile phone. and therefore you don't radiate across. And that gives significant reduction in the power that you consume. I can see that that is going to go further because, for instance, quite a lot of the new massive MIMO architectures coming and being proposed for the future, they are even more energy efficient than today's, let's say, product and massive MIMOs that they're coming with beam steering that is coming into the market. The second thing, if we are looking at 6G, there is a very big push on what we call multi-access technology networks. And that is what I mentioned before. So actually being able, first of all, to tap into wider spectrum, going from Wi-Fi to cellular, all the way to terahertz and to optical wireless spectra. And that gives you a number of advantages because in that way you can use a service appropriate to the application that you want to support. And using cellular, the cellular is the biggest offender, actually RF, only for the applications that they need the kind of KPI around mobility and low latency. All the other applications, you can actually rely to different access points. So in terms of access, I think there is a lot of work to be done. Maybe you have seen an announcement from BT recently, or should I say from EE, that actually they're applying now actively AI into their network to switch on and switch off specific radios when they are not needed. So they're monitoring and predicting traffic, and therefore they are actually allocate radio resources for energy consumption purposes across their network. So there are a number of things that they can be done to actually, on the access side, to reduce energy consumption. On the transmission side, as we know, the biggest actually offender is switching and routing. And it's quite clear when we are looking at electronic packet switching, that is a very big concern when we are going to global networks. And there are a number of architectures using a combination of photonic and electronic switching. And again, big service providers, I believe they're looking the architecture of all their network to see how they can reposition specifically IP routers within their network in order to save energy consumption. However, one of the things that we are not doing is that energy management and energy consumption is a global problem across an infrastructure. And it's a problem that actually by reducing energy consumption locally does not mean that that is going to give you a global infrastructure gain, because what we always forget is the software that runs on top of our hardware. It is becoming more and more, your software stack is becoming much bigger than our hardware, and therefore there is a consideration to look across and optimize across hardware and software.
Thank you, Dimitri, for those insights. Very interesting. Gavin, what are your thoughts? How do we do low energy networks?
So I'm ever the optimist, and I think the one thing the internet has done is given us the ability to bring people together to collaborate around this. And I think in sectors we've seen people, real advances in low energy and efficient transmission. So whether it's health or space, or frankly, some of the technologies that have come about because of the smartphone and trying to make the battery last longer. What's missing, I think, are incentives. And so I think if we do start approaching the kind of numbers that PwC are talking about in your opening question, then I think we can expect some powerful incentives to start coming towards the whole industry, and for us to find more efficient, more low power, more lower overall total power solutions to these things. So, the internet gives us the platform to do that. It has to be part of the answer, and whether that's through, the advancement of science or engineering or some of the material science we do, or the patterns in which we deploy and engineer solutions for end users. At the moment, some of those incentives are there, but they're perhaps not as strong as they would be if we start getting towards the numbers you were talking about.
Thank you. So there's a degree of optimism here. I'm happy about that. Martin, what are your thoughts?
I'm an optimist too. First, on your first point, you said, what is actually the internet? And actually at ICANN, we have a strong feel about that. The internet is what connects things. The internet and everything else is on the internet. So when you talk about the real use of energy, it's the data centers, as you said. What I understand is that AI applications demand great amount of energy, supercomputing, and who knows what quantum will do if it's not designed to be optical or whatever. So what we do on the internet is as important as the internet itself. The internet itself, I know the IETF is looking into, so where is the energy going? And yes, at the moment it's in particular looking at energy use, and in a way you could even calculate the extra cost of an attachment sent around to 100 people, 1,000 people. Details compared to other parts of energy use. But the attention is there, which is crucial. So that's one thing. The other thing is that regulations on e-waste already are not new. Batteries are a clear thing for many countries, e-waste is. And if I look to the IoT devices, the IoT networks, originally they've been put out there and then the battery run out and it's done, you know, but it's still there. That's waste. We see new ways of thinking about it, which is a good thing, because originally there was a little bit of IoT, now it's everywhere. And we even see it for satellites in the sky, that there's clear attention for that. On the positive side, let's not forget the internet is also enabling better use of infrastructures. And in that way, reducing energy, reducing waste, and leading to better management of waste and ultimately better science to fight this worrying problem.
Right.
Wait, I'm supposed to summarize this.
Two things. The slides, we've got questions from the audience.
Yes.
Can we have David first, and then I'll bring some questions from the audience?
That would be fantastic, yes. So I think I'm going to try and encourage questions from the audience in one of the next questions that I was going to go to, which is around global internet security and resilience. So, Vint, to you.
This is an impossible task, but I would note that they ended on some notes of optimism, which I was relieved to hear. What it seems, I came away with the following sense. First of all, that our objective needs to be inclusive access and universal connectivity. It's fundamental to the way the internet works. We have to hang on to that and keep working in that direction with any of the new infrastructure that we build, hardware and software. So interoperability and reliability are going to be paramount if we're going to successfully use these things. With regard to energy consumption, I think everyone is deeply conscious of the fact that our society runs on electricity now, and that we have to find ways of both reducing the demand, being more efficient about it, and perhaps also finding better ways of producing it that doesn't have global warming consequences. I thought Dimitra's point about 80% of her work being software was a very important thing to keep in mind. It goes back to my notion of computational X for every value of X you can think of. Once again, seeing this as an ecosystem, not seeing this as narrow, siloed kinds of disciplines, but seeing the aggregate as an ecosystem, I think is vitally important, especially if we're going to make progress on new technologies that enable internet-like and web-like capability. I also thought that David's point about the cost of fiber being $3 a kilometer, which is just incredibly cheap. It's astonishing. I'm beginning to wonder. We build a lot of optical fiber cables at Google. I'm trying to figure out if we're being overcharged by somebody. I may come back to you with some questions. The other thing about capacity, which really Andrew pointed out, 400 terabits on a single fiber is absolutely per second is just an amazing number. But every time we increase capacity, we've discovered that somebody finds a way to use it. And nobody ever wants less. I like the point about incentives. Whenever you see behaviors that you don't like or consequences that you don't like, you have to ask what incentives are driving that. And so the point about finding ways to introduce incentives for reduced power, for example, turn out to be very important. And Dimitra's point about the placement of computing is equally important. We're really seeing this. First we saw central time-shared machines. Then we saw distributed departmental machines. Then we saw laptops and desktops. Then we saw data centers that were accessed by laptops and desktops and mobiles. And then we see edge computing showing up. And so what's happening, once again, is that we're seeing computing increasingly spreading into the ecosystem everywhere. Mark Weiser, who was at Xerox PARC, talked about ubiquitous computing way back in the 70s. He said it would just sort of melt into the furniture and the walls. It would disappear. You wouldn't see it, but it would be there all the time. So I think that I'm coming away with a very positive sense of that new technologies, hardware and software, will come along to help us achieve our objectives. And so I thank you for injecting that note of hope.
Let's see if we can bring the mood down with some questions from the audience then, shall we? I'd like to just share two questions that have come in via Slido. One from Yanis Ioannidis, which is, even if energy consumption grows very fast, should we stop worrying about it when it all comes from renewable sources? As in, should we just get over this concern and focus on renewables? And another question, which is the current profit-driven model of fibre provision sufficient when there are non-profitable regions with few customers? What could the role of the public sector or government be? So there's one about energy and one about public provision. Whoever wants to pick up either or both of those. We've got about another 10 minutes for questions, so not everyone needs to answer every question.
Okay. So let's take the last and somewhat political question, which is how do we encourage the take-up of non-profitable areas for the internet? Anybody want to have a shot at that?
Sure. Please.
I mean, I think you can look to history to see the lessons because they project forward. So whether it's around some of the misuse of the internet or some of those difficult economic cases, there are times when government has had to intervene. And I think, it will be true going forward as it has been now. So I don't think it's a particularly political point. I think we just have to be honest that at some point, the market has been brilliant for a good proportion of what the internet's about, but at times it does take government regulation, whether it's around safety or it's around, hard to reach infrastructure.
Yeah. If I may, many of us still remember the universal access obligation, which came from the time of the monopolies of the national telecom operators. So that has changed a bit. And you may see on, for instance, Skype, this is not a guaranteed means for so it's a genuine issue, and it is an issue that is political in that way. So what would the state invest in making sure that the less dense parts of the nation or the less prosperous that can't afford access still have that? India was an example where the government heavily invests its national means into making it possible that locals have access. But the other thing is as well an example that came up from Kyrgyzstan when I was at Eurodic in Vilnius, where LoRaWAN networks can help to provide an enormous service at fairly low costs, less than $1 million. You have an enormous area where monitoring of environmental data is taking place, where warning for emergencies coming up is placed. Using much less data rates and not equality, but there's different levels of solutions for different areas. And I do believe that our support to make sure that the whole world has access to some level of communications is a universal obligation for the world, rather than to leave it to those countries who may not be able to afford it in their nations.
Yeah, I suspect that on the other end of that question was somebody that's sitting even here in the UK, an advanced country that just feels like they have a wet string coming to their house.
Being a lot on Zoom conferences, I even have American colleagues who, sorry, Zoom is breaking up,
Yeah.
Can I make a comment? Because most of the interventions have been on fiber broadband, like the gigabit program here in the UK.
Yeah.
Other interventions, as far as I'm aware, for instance, like neutral hosting, a share spectrum for rural deployment has not been that successful. So we see that up to now, in terms of public sector interventions, on the fiber side or the fixed side has been, if you like, more of a success. When we are looking at the wireless side, for instance, now wirelessly, you can provide 1 gigabit per second per access point, potentially, definitely several hundreds megabit per second. So we are still don't see the same level of intervention. And I'm not sure if we should. I'm just making the point that there is a quite significant difference there.
I'd like to go to the other part of that question, which was that if all our energy is coming from renewables at some time in the future, then do we care about the amount of energy that the internet consumes? And I suspect the answer to that is, well, you're still creating global warming, even if it comes from renewables. But would you like to comment on that, Andy?
It seems to be a slightly different topic, but yes, I've got exactly the same opinion as you, that if you look at putting, say, solar panels in a desert, what you do then is reduce the desert's reflective ability, the albedo effect of the desert, and you expand the desert. So even renewables don't have zero consequence. We need to minimize the consequence, but we're not going to eliminate it. And the amount of energy that we can afford to use as a society is therefore constrained. And part of the solution has to be to decide what things we're going to use our energy on. I won't use the word rationing, but we should be bearing in mind the energy consequences of what we do, rather than just crying for more renewables. Have more renewables, yes, but worry about what we're using.
Can I move us on? Because you have 4 minutes left. So
Yes, so
is that okay if I pose another three related questions?
absolutely, go for it. We'll have to be quick.
5 minutes for it.
Yeah, no. John Crowcroft says, none of that infrastructure is affordable for sub-Saharan Africa. What's the actual end point that needs anything like this capacity? Tim O'Riordan asks, what do sub-Saharan African countries need to do to be ready for AI? And Jonas Nkogomo asks, how can organizations working on data and AI provenance in sub-Saharan Africa approach the issue? So a lot of related questions around what happens in other parts of the world, particularly sub-Saharan Africa, given the issues we've all been talking about today. So your final reflections on that topic would be of interest.
Yeah, so I propose that we just quickly, since we have so little time left, try and give one-sentence answers to all of those questions, because there is a commonality in those questions around the affordability and accessibility there for poor countries in sub-Saharan Africa, for example, and what can we do about that?
To keep the answer brief, read Martin Lavery's excellent paper, which I'm a co-author of, on sustainable photonics, bridging the digital divide in Africa. It's in Nature, it's a couple of years old.
Excellent plug, thank you, Andrew. Dimitra?
Right. I think that there are a number of interventions there around low orbit satellites and cheap mobile networks that is already spreading, providing connectivity in combinations with submarine cables, you know, terminating in strategic places. But actually, I think that if we are looking at the sub-Saharan Africa, then in that case, probably fiber and huge programs of laying fiber is not going to be an option.
Right, which goes to the point I think that you made earlier, which is it's different options for different countries.
Yes.
And we should choose the appropriate technology.
And LEOS seems to be breaking some barriers there.
Yeah.
In terms of infrastructure.
Absolutely. Martin?
A lot of low-hanging fruit that comes with capacity development locally, which makes it possible to adopt solutions locally that aren't that costly. So they don't have to wait for the world to come to rescue them, but they understand also what to do to make a difference. There's a lot to get there as well. And it's good to see there's a lot of activity supporting that to develop.
And Kevin?
I'm going to agree with the rest of the panel. I think that dual use is probably our friend, where the use cases that we need to make accessibility affordable in those regions are things that we are working on in other use cases, and let's make sure we're creative in bringing them to the Global South.
Thank you.
Done.
Okay, well, it just remains for me then to thank my amazing panel of global experts in their fields. I found it fascinating, and I'm looking forward to the rest of the day when we start moving up the stack and talking about software and so on, and the opportunities that all this hardware and the gigabits per second that we, most of us have now in our homes, and where that leads to. So thank you all very much.
We're now breaking for tea, coffee, other refreshments. Back in here for a prompt start at 3:15, please. Thank you, everybody.
Always fun.
I work on the radio. I keep to time.
I'm not a hardware expert.
I
There's
know.
so many things related to it.
That's okay. No, thank you. I thought that worked really well. I shall leave that here for now. Looking into the middle distance. I don't smile. Okay. Oh, right, your hand. What, just sort of asking a question or acting as if, yeah, looking at you. sitting down. No, 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 no.
May the panelists come up. May I introduce the Honorable Doreen Bogdan-Martin, the Secretary General of the ITU. The International Telecoms Union is one of the UN agencies, but it's 160 years old. Why is that? Because the telegraph was invented that long ago. And demo? Yes. And yes. Jim Hendler and Alan Kay. This is the most exciting panel of the day. There's no...
Before you start, Maylin, can I just say to people that obviously please keep putting questions up on the Slido. The QR code is there. And also please upvote other people's questions if you think they're interesting to give us a clue as to what you'd like this esteemed and distinguished panel to deal with. Esteemed and distinguished, okay? Good.
Thank you, Bill. You had a little taste of me earlier, but I want to share some information about me. I'm Maylin Fang. I was born in Singapore. I was born in the Global South. I also was born in a Global South country that became one of the wealthiest per capita GDP countries in my lifetime. from $500 GDP per capita to $80,000 GDP per capita now. 1 in 6 Singaporeans are millionaires, and there's no natural resources except people. So I have the experience of having seen that when a society invests in its people, the people not only can respond, but can make the most of it. So this panel is about the internet as a facilitator of opportunity, because I see absolutely no reason why the internet cannot let any place in the world find opportunity. There's nothing stopping us except our own personal intention. But there's a secret about Singapore that gets lost when everybody talks about Lee Kuan Yew as an authoritarian, which is it is a collective spirit. We call it the kampong spirit, the village spirit, the community spirit that lets us help each other as a higher priority than succeeding ourselves. So it's in that spirit that I'd like to begin this with my dear friend and colleague, Doreen Bogdan-Martin. She is not only the ITU Secretary General, she was before that the ITU Development Director. And we have been looking at how ICT and digital can help make zero digital divide. She has been a leader in gender. She has helped to found Equals, where 5 UN agencies can come forward for women. It is really significant for me that we have Doreen Bogdan-Martin in this time and in this place of ITU Secretary General, because the ITU is emerging as the UN's digital agency at a time when digital is moving into every sector, every part of our lives. And to have a woman like Doreen who cares is really a treasure for humanity. We were recently in Kampala, Uganda. Kampala, Uganda, I had never been to before, but I was very privileged that the ITU invited me to speak at the Global Symposium of Regulators. The UN has not been known as some that lays down the law or anything, but when an entity like the ITU brings the regulators together every year for 20 years, you form a network, you form relationships, you form a confidence in each other's humanity about how to move forward. And that's what I found when I attended the Global Symposium of Regulators. Uganda also gave the most warm-hearted, we were greeted by singing and dancing and drums. They got Doreen dancing, they got me dancing. It was really wonderful, and not at all what you think of as regulators. These are people who care. They care about the people in the country that they live in. And so we need to think about how the technical network, the technical societies like ACM, IEEE, and the Royal Society could be partnering with the ITU as the UN's digital agency in order to bring equality of opportunity to anyone, anywhere. I give you Doreen Bogdan-Martin.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mei Lin, and good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's really a pleasure to be here. I wanted to join you back in May, and very happy that I could join you today for this important anniversary celebration. And thank you to you, Yanis, and Wendy, and of course, Vint. And it's great to see so many friends and I would say constituents of the ITU family here in the room. You know, as I was thinking about the title for this session in terms of the internet as a facilitator of opportunities, I thought it's important, yes, to look at where we're going, but also to look back at where we have come from. And I think Vint very eloquently laid out how we got to where we are today, identifying those early movers, such as yourself, Vint, and I had the pleasure of greeting Bob the other day, who was in Geneva, the sort of Vint and Bob TCP/IP, and of course the Paul Barron that you also mentioned, and Bruce Davis with the packet switching for the ARPANET back in the 60s. There was also Danny Cohen's innovative efforts, including voice over IP, and of course Tim, who's also in the room, Tim's work around the World Wide Web, and the fact that he chose not to patent it and to make sure that it was accessible to all. And I think when we look at those individuals and also the decisions linked to how we got to where we are today, it's important that we look to the future and some of the discussions that we're seeing happening around things like artificial intelligence and the tendency by some to want to heavily regulate, as well as other discussions where we need to look at how we can let innovation flourish to ensure that AI can benefit all. I also think it's important when we look to the history a bit, it's a bit, I would say, obvious that not a lot of women were engaged, but there are a lot of women in this room, so that's also encouraging and exciting when we look to the future. And I think today we're at this sort of critical moment where we need to reflect on how we can create a better digital future for all. Vint was leading the high-level panel on digital cooperation that the UNSG set up. And what's interesting about that moment, which was just a couple of years ago, is that it was a pre-COVID time. Yes. So it was pre-COVID. Vint, myself, others who had been out there for many years, including yourself, Mei-Lin, trying to make the case that the internet was not a luxury. Being connected to the internet was not a luxury. It was actually a necessity. So it took a pandemic to get that message out there and to have world leaders and, let's say, the public at large understand that the internet is a necessity. We saw during the pandemic hundreds of millions of young people that lost out on education. Many girls in particular will never go back to school. Many people lost out on their livelihoods. They couldn't get employment because they simply were not connected to the internet. So we had that moment, that wake-up call. Now, where do we go from here? So it's 2024. We understand that we need to get the internet to everyone, but we have things like cyber attacks that are basically sort of going wild. We see the online bullying and the constant attacks and other things happening online that we don't want to see. We see a lot of people afraid to go on the internet. We see young people being harassed, young people being addicted. We see deep fakes. We see these challenges around authentication of content online, hate speech, misinformation, disinformation, etc. And so we're at this moment where we need to get the 2.6 billion people that are still offline, online, but at the same time, we need to make sure that we put in place the right measures to make that internet experience safe for all. From our perspective at ITU, and as Mei-Lin said, we've been around since 1865. We go back to the telegraph. Our focus is on universal connectivity, so making sure that everyone gets connected. Our second focus is on sustainable digital transformation. So let's make sure that as we look to digital across government services, digital across societies, that it is sustainable. So we also have a big focus on green digital standards, and making sure that our sector actually reduces greenhouse gas emissions and doesn't actually increase them. We have a big focus, and we chatted about this Professor and Ambassador previously about the cost, about affordability, which is still a huge issue. In many developing countries, it's simply not affordable The device is not affordable, often due to taxation issues, but also the data package is not affordable. So what can we do today to make sure that we address those kinds of challenges? The affordability, the accessibility, you discussed some issues before, linked to accessibility, the vulnerable groups. I think it's an incredible opportunity when we're less than 100 days away from the Summit of the Future. We want to look to the future. We want a better future. The world we live in, there's lots of geopolitical tensions, there's lots of conflict, and we can leverage digital to make a better world for everyone, everywhere. And so we have to be able to address those issues, and I think we can do it together. Last point I want to mention, Mei Ling, is the importance of stakeholders, multi-stakeholders. We need to have that stakeholder engagement. We look to this at the ITU. We have about 1,000 private sector members. We have the technical community. We have civil society, member states, of course. We need to engage with all of those constituents and get them to the table so that we ensure informed and responsible policymaking. We also need to look to the WSIS. I won't get into the details of the WSIS, but the World Summit on the Information Society is up for its review next year. We want to make sure that that process includes all stakeholders, that we get a strong outcome for the Internet Governance Forum, that we get a strong outcome for the WSIS Forum. These are two outcomes that were basically the product of the WSIS 2003 and 2005. And as we fast forward 20 years, there is still a need for these fora and a need to engage with all constituents so that we ensure a better digital future for all. So perhaps I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Doreen. It was my aim to bring out the humanity of our leaders as we listen to this, because the internet we want for the future is about us as people and not just our roles. One of the things getting to know Vint was that I said, how did he do that? What did he do? How did it happen? And then one day he said something which I don't think he realized I took so seriously. He said, when you bring people together in a room like this, it's not about ending up with MOUs between the institutions. It's about the personal connections and the friendships and the relationships and the finding of common cause. Once you find that common cause, it's sort of forever. They can go to different jobs, they can be in different positions, but you can still move it forward. And I want to say that I believe that spirit is behind the internet. And so if we want a better internet for the next 50 years, we have to bring our whole selves to it, not just our roles. Yesterday, I was at the Royal Observatory in Greenwich. And I felt it was important to do that, to really get some sense of how did science start? What happened with the Royal Society? And why I'm bringing it up is that people were curious. And then they found other people to be curious with, and they wanted to talk about it. And all these chronometers, the time, it was very exciting for them to invent things. They were ambitious. Harrison was ambitious about pushing the envelope to have accurate time. So I'd like to suggest that the internet, having accurate time, is not a geopolitical issue. And I think having a robust internet should not be a geopolitical issue. It's like time. We should make use of it for us as humans because all of the different generations need it. There's a question about how the internet can help. And I'm bringing forward a new idea, which some of our panelists may elaborate on, which is that it's about the data, and for us to think about data in new kinds of ways. A few hundred years ago, people weren't so concerned about land. Okay, I have the title to this land. They were kind of like us about data today. We don't say, do I have the title to this data? do I have the right to do this to the data? But what I imagine is that digital asset registries, just like land title registries, will emerge as something that we need going forward. Also, there's been some talk about communities, especially in the workshop this morning. We don't need to talk just about top-down or bottom-up, but we can talk about communities, how in communities, existing communities, we can tap our collective wisdom. I want to remind people that this was at the very beginning of the internet. Douglas Engelbart. It was all about networks of communities, and we can bring back that spirit. With that, I'd like to bring on Alan Kay. Alan Kay and I met in 2008 at the 40th anniversary of the Mother of All Demos, where he gave a wonderful dialogue with Douglas Engelbart at the Adobe headquarters in San Jose. And I have to say, side note, I think Vint knew that I had done the 40th anniversary of the Mother of All Demos, and that's perhaps, I don't know, whether he said, hey, Malin, let's do the 40th anniversary of the internet 10 years ago, and that led to the people-centered internet and where we are today. So, Alan, I would like to ask you, as one of the pioneers in computer science, a man so famous that every computer science knows your name, and a visionary in computing, how have you seen the internet transform opportunities and in education and innovation since its inception?
Thanks very much. I was going to see if I could get Vint to take off his tie, but that would be impossible. He's never been seen without one. So my answer, quick answer, well, of course the internet combined, these are 7 minutes, by the way, guaranteed. Of course, the internet's combined technologies have made advances. So I'm not that interested in that so much because how could they not once it got going? But I'd like to ask 3 core questions on behalf of most of the people in the world. One is, have the most important opportunities been seized? And we're talking about looking back over about 45, well, let's say 50. I would say no. Have the transformations been beneficial enough for education and innovation? I would say no, not nearly beneficial enough. And especially if you compare notes with what I consider Vint and I are actually the sons of the pioneers. We operated in the late 60s, and the real pioneers were people like Engelbart and Licklider, who called for an intergalactic network. And they asked him, why did you do that? And he said, well, engineers always give you the minimum, so I want a worldwide network, so I'm asking for an intergalactic one. And the big question that has to be asked is, have critically important properties of internet and personal computing been missed? And I think this is the one not to be lost here, because everyone should be aware that almost everything they do every day, even if they're a professional in computer science, is actually a convenient simulation of old media. And that was to the joy of marketing people when they found out that that's all they had to sell in order to sell both personal computing and the internet. And that is not even close to being the story, and we can't get to it today. So I will just say the actual complexities of the local world, the world expanding out, and the entire planet are far beyond the ability of making marks on paper to represent adequately and to think about. The computer is the ideal technology to be able to handle dynamic systems in a dynamic way. So let me leave you with that thought. So the big deal here is, just to take an example, the first really great science about the climate was done in 1958 to 1962 or so. It was the first time CO2 could be accurately measured to the point of being able to determine not just that there was a gradient, but that the gradient was exponential. That was done by Charles Keeling, and that was announced by NSF in 1963, which, if, to my count, was 61 years ago. Every piece of science done since then has only confirmed this in higher detail. Think about that. And nobody has done anything to deal with the real problem. Why isn't there a headline on every paper published every day saying the world as we know it is definitely coming to an end and we can prove it? Think about that. So I think about what the computer can do about representing the kind of realities that we must be wary of and the kind of realities we'd like to make better is unique. And the fact that it can imitate paper is a bit of a parlor trick, and it's an important one because a lot of important knowledge is still in that form. We don't want to throw away the past because the future has something new to it. That is always the case. So our next speaker, Jim Hendler, I think will have something to say about meaning and the difference between meaning and data, I hope. I'm sure that he will. I'm relying on you, Jim, so I can throw this card away. So I was asked in the question, what are the opportunities for innovation? And I think a really important thing to think about is that the computer can actually transform what that even means. It's not just that we can innovate in lines that are understood by the general public for simple consumer electronics, but that we can actually innovate along the lines of the things that we desperately need to understand. So Einstein once pointed out that we cannot use the methods of thinking to solve the problems that we created with those methods of thinking. We need new methods of thinking, and this is a very good place to talk about that. Thank you. So, next question, please.
Alan, what do we need to learn in order to be more wise about how we use these incredible powers that we have been gifted with?
Well, I tried 5 different approaches here, and this proves that I don't have the wisdom to answer this question in a reasonable way. The old days, you followed around somebody like Socrates, but if you think of the other kinds of people that people also followed around, just following around somebody you think is wise is not a very good way to do it. We need to have some sort of larger scope. We need better imaginations. We need to rely on our own thinking and to boost the thinking up so we can rely on it. And the problem with imagination is our Stone Age brains are really great at it, except they're great at things like spirits, gods, witches, magic, conspiracies. There was the Great Cat Conspiracy in the 17th century when millions of cats in France and Belgium were massacred because somebody got the idea that they were witches. Look it up, there's a whole book with that title. The problem is we have real problems imagining exponential progressions. We have problems with scaling. We have problems with the very small. We can't even imagine a virus, let alone a tiny little molecule with carbon and 2 oxygens. It's like they're not there. We can't imagine the speeding. We can't manage big changes from normal. All of our prognostications are extrapolations, eventual consequences of actions rather than local consequences of action. That's a good one to think about. What's eventually going to happen if I do this? So this is kind of like trying to get a cat to think ahead, because they will just experiment with things and hope to survive. That's what we're doing. So I think a book I would recommend, which I'm pretty sure everybody in this audience, let's have a show of hands. How many people in this audience have read Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow book? Okay, well, that's a big surprise. I recommend it to you. One of the best things he did, especially as a Nobel Prize winner, and a person who probably should belong to this society if he doesn't, but what he did was to say, look, it's too complicated in here. I want to write this book in terms of two lies, which he called expository fictions. It's like Picasso said, art is a lie that tells the truth. So what Kahneman based the book on was, let's take all the things in our brain that are there for dealing with very fast things. And then let's take all the things in our brain that are there for just dealing with slow things. Let's not worry about where they came from, what the anatomy of it is. Let's not worry about any. Let's just take those two things and take a look at human behavior and how it ramifies. And by the way, we can look at the brain with functional MRIs and actually see it doing this and that. And so once you start doing that, you realize wisdom is not actually something that you want to apply goals to or technologies to. It's actually a bigger deal than that. And putting technologies into the equation sets up a kind of debating society where you really don't want anybody to win. The idea of not winning in a debate, but actually using it to understand something is relatively wise. It's a way of looking at things. And when I think about where we are with public media, the thing I come back to is not so much the First Amendment of the Constitution or similar laws. I come back to, at what point do we decide yelling fire in a crowded theater is something not to be done? And at what point can we recognize certain uses of media on the current day internet and personal computing as the moral equivalent of fire? And what are we going to do about that? It's not a question, actually, of whether we're going to insult somebody or not. It's a question of public safety. So how about a new equivalent of the Hippocratic Oath for education? This would be a grand challenge for our society. Vint and I have participated in several grand challenges in the past, none of which have ever been taken up, I might add. But the grand challenge would be, how can we understand human beings well enough to help us rather than hurt us? Because we're actually doing most of the things we do based on myths about ourselves that we've made up and we like to believe. I think it's way beyond the time when we should keep on doing that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It was a privilege to interact with Alan in preparing this session. And we began talking about how could we reimagine science so that science could serve humanity. And it should be obvious that we should be doing that. But he really reminded me that we need, especially here at the Royal Society, somewhat the birthplace of modern science, we need to think about what is the research and the philosophical underpinnings of how we do science and why we do science. And that brings me to data. Science is really a kind of a common definition shared by people who want to do science. But now, these definitions are not at all clear. So I'm really glad to have Jim Hendler, one of the fathers of the semantic web, somebody who's probably thought about data more than 99% of all of you, and to ask him, as a leading AI researcher, one of the creators of the semantic web, from this perspective, has the internet opened new avenues for opportunity?
Yeah, so let me put some of this in perspective by saying that a lot of the time I feel like I have a split personality because my personal research is all about open data. How do we get more data sharing? How do we get, we can't do all those science plus X things, internet plus X things that Vince said, unless we can share scientific data. And more of that is getting interdisciplinary. So in fact, ways to allow communication where this scientist has this database and this scientist has that database and someone else has something else, and you want to bring those together is crucial. I've also worked in open government data. My colleague Nigel Shadbolt, who will be on the next panel, I hope will get a chance to talk about that a little more. But we set up a little competition secretly, and each got our bosses, him working with England and me working with the US, to compete with each other over who could release more data more quickly. Worked great for a while. And so this open data, open government data allowed a lot of innovation, allowed a lot of great things, okay? So what's my split personality? Well, the split part of it is, well, as of a couple weeks ago, I am the past chair of the ASAM's Global Technology Policy Council. And one of the things we instigated was the creation of what we call technology briefs, very short 3 to 4 page readable documents about key problems in society and some of the, not so much our solution recommendations, because we're trying not to be political, but really what regulators and et cetera should think about. I wish I had it with me today, but it has, the deadline for approval is tomorrow morning UK time, and hopefully it'll be on the internet Thursday. But our latest one is on data privacy, right? I'd just like to share a couple of numbers that we've looked at in that committee. 4.8 billion individuals worldwide have personal information that is for commercial sale. The projected 2031 total revenues of sort of the worldwide global market in data comes to somewhere along the line of $462 billion. And the one that really got me when we were looking some of this up, there it is. So in a study that was done, okay, 1.5 million people's information of 4 locations. So all that the researchers had was 4 things that said this person was at this place at this time. They were able to uniquely name 95% of them, right? So we think about data privacy, things like that, but they did. Now, here's the really scary thing about that. That study was done in 2013, right? Now there is so much more data you can integrate, that so much more we can do. So the opportunities for using this data to revolutionize science, to create new means of governance, to do, you know, really allow communities. I use the example sometimes of how wonderful it would be if some group in Bangladesh could discover that they have a local problem that's already been solved by some group in, I don't know, Baltimore, Maryland, and somehow map across the communities, solving the language issues, which, by the way, are getting better, but you know, really understanding how to map across these things with the help of computation. So I think the internet gives us that opportunity for that openness and flow and problem solution, but at the same time, it poses the challenge of how we're gonna control that kind of information.
Wonderful. this issue of data, our AI is being trained on data. So much of the data that has been produced has happened in wealthy countries, in wealthy neighborhoods, for a lot of men. And so the implications and the algorithms are deriving from a view of the world that is not complete, not reflective of our humanity. So, Jim, in terms of the interoperability of data and data sharing in AI, what governance structures would be necessary to ensure that the benefits we can get are aligned with the interests of people who want to live, work, and play, and lead lives not maneuvered by data, and to serve everyone, not just a few?
So let me take up Alan's challenge and bring meaning into the conversation. I actually was once talking about some of this open data, closed data issues with Tim Berners-Lee, who said, you know, it's not really just the data we have to understand, it's what that data is about. You know, gave a beautiful, simple example. If I have a database which has a field called name, a field called date, and a field called location, right? Well, it's pretty clear that that name had something to do with that date at that location. If I know that this is a mortality database for London, or if I know that it's a maternity database for London, then those dates mean something drastically different. One is likely to be the date of death, the other is likely to be the date of birth. That's a big difference, right? And you can't understand it from looking at the data. You have to understand it by, quote, understanding the data, by the metadata, by the meaning of the data. And that gets harder and harder as we get more and more separation of data types. Right, one of the reasons that the data brokers can do so well at collecting and sharing data is they're all trying to do the same thing, which is sell advertising based on personal data. What's harder is when you get three scientists, one who's over here in chemistry, one who's over here in prebiotic chemistry or early Earth chemistry, and one here who's studying Mars. And I picked that not at a random because I'm trying to work on a project where we're doing exactly that. We're trying to see, Mars is essentially a frozen version of the early Earth. And because of a lot of investment by NASA in the past few years, people have been studying Mars, right? And is it habitable and things like that, looking for life on Mars, et cetera. We're looking at trying to invert that. Can we take what we're learning about Mars and use it to help us understand how life on Earth emerged? Right? Big scientific question, great opportunity, also talks to how you work on threats and things like that. And what we've discovered is putting the data together is really difficult. Not just the access, but what did different people mean by the different fields? And even though we have these long, complex data dictionaries that explain everything in natural language, and we can use LLMs and all this great AI technology, still doesn't help much. Because the most common terms become the one that are the hardest to share. And if I had more time, I would talk about that at great length. I've written many papers on it and stuff. So, you know, once you're into a technical field and you're using a term in a very technical way, it's easy. But when you're up at a much higher level and use terms, and particularly between qualitative, social science, quantitative data science, the terms don't overlap. A colleague of mine who was looking at children's health had a wonderful example, right? One of the issues that all of these different people were interested in was the mother's educational level. But even knowing that, the problem was how do they put together data where one database has yes or no, one database has pre-college or post-college, and one has how many years in each form. There is no wonderful mapping there, but using the kind of knowledge, using the kind of tools, using the kind of things the internet allows, we can ask that question, we can approach those people, we can do some of these things. That's science. Now, again, take that same thing for community problem solving, take that for the people-oriented stuff. So what I think is we need regulation that controls who controls the data and how, right? Tim spends a lot of his time looking at the control of personal data. So those 4.8 billion people should have some say over which of their data they're willing to share with who for what, okay? At the same time, we're looking for regulation that says, maybe some of our old laws on data control don't make any sense. So, you know, in both the UK and the US, we have these incredibly strict rules about releasing health data, which is wonderful, don't get me wrong, I love that we have those rules. If you're wearing a Fitbit, right, they have all that data. As you get more and more instrumentation on your Apple Watch, on your health app, none of that is protected that way. If you go to ChatGPT and say, hey, here's my family history, tell me, you know, why I might have these symptoms, they can share that information with anyone they want. So I think the opportunity is bringing this stuff together, and I think the regulatory challenge is really very much who controls it and for what purpose.
Thank you, Jim. And now you see why this panel is like the way it is. We have the ITU, who is the UN Digital Agency, working to work out what are the experimental sandboxes for understanding how data and digital tools affect our lives. We have Alan reimagining science. We have Jim bringing up all of these issues about data. I throw the gauntlet down at the Royal Society to say science and research needs to address these pressing problems, and especially in this year when the Summit of the Future and the UN is having 193 countries sign the Global Digital Compact. We need you involved because it's no longer up to the politicians how the future is going to be. It's up to us. I'm really delighted to have my dear friend and colleague, Ndemo Bitange from Kenya. He was one of the founders of the People-Centered Internet, introduced to me by Vint, and came to Palo Alto at the launching of PCI. We've been talking about central bank digital currencies. Now, I want you to think about what this could mean. CBDCs could provide an X-ray vision of the economy. It could be a dynamic MRI about what's going on. And we could diagnose and actually address ills that today we cannot because we live in a pen and paper world. But the governance issues are so great. And what we are saying is that data needs to be governed by the people, but you can't have all the people govern all the data. So let's look at data cooperatives and how that can help the discussion. I'd like to turn over to Ndemo now to talk about the opportunities of central bank digital currencies, and there's no one more equipped. He is the godfather of M-Pesa. People ask, how did digital money emerge in Kenya? This man, he was one of the early internet graduate students that brought the internet to the University of Nairobi. That experience gave him the innovative edge and the embrace of the courage to look at things that could help people. And so M-Pesa was born in Kenya.
Thank you. Thank you, May. I would remember to tell my wife that people clapped at me today. Thank you for inviting me to this function. I've carefully listened from when Vint was talking, and I'm seated here wondering and trying to see how we can transform our continent. Before I say anything about CBDCs, I will just give you a small story. in 2006, I was working with that team of other people. I used to work for government. I'm still working for government, but that time I was in the ICT sector. So we wanted to link Eastern Africa to the rest of the world through fiber optics. And some other countries were much slower. Kenya wanted it immediately. So we said, okay, we can go and build a fiber to Kenya from Middle East. And I went to the World Bank to ask for money. And they carefully listened how I wanted money to link the region to fiber optics. And they said, do you know how much capacity to Africa for broadband, the entire Africa? It was 1 gig. And this thing you're talking about is going to bring 3.6 terabytes. Who is going to use it? I wish I had all these professors here to tell them that it's going to be used anyway. I said, well, I think you've never watched a film called Field of Dreams. And they said, what is it about? In it, they say, build it, they'll come. And I think they thought it was a stupid comment I had made. So eventually, I got money from other sources, from the private sector. We put up the cable. The cable succeeded. Within a very short period of time, the capacity had been taken over. For them, they had looked to India. There was a time that all the cables that went through India, the companies collapsed. And I think most of you have read The World is Flat, discussing those. That was my motivation also. But we succeeded. Today, we have about 7 cables which have landed on eastern seaboard of Africa. That is very good. But as we got it into the country, of course, as it's Doreen who said, governments find a soft spot for taxation, and that has made it very difficult for people. But let me tell you the transformation the fiber has brought. Not just the mobile money. For those who have not read about it, during COVID, the president stopped use of cash, and not one single person who complained that, well, there are illiterate people here who can't use this. Everybody uses M-Pesa. And I had the opportunity to do the initial document for use of AI and blockchain in Kenya. What I see going forward, and if governments can understand this, it is actually more expensive. Broadband is more expensive than poverty. We can actually deal with poverty comprehensively, leveraging data and AI. These are some of the pilot studies that have shown that you could, instead of leaving the farmers to make decisions that don't help them, for example, those who have very small pieces of land, you could help them grow high-value products, or you could help them get into other businesses that are meaningful, that could eliminate poverty before the 2030 target that we have. But what is happening is that because of use of digital currency in Kenya and the neighboring countries, Ethiopia, for example, does not have Forex, but Kenya and Ethiopia trade heavily. And you would ask, how do they trade? Because Kenya has a liberalized market for currency and the other doesn't have. They go through several means. They will find their friends in the US to give them crypto. They use crypto to pay cross-border. So cross-border trade has improved because of crypto. And if you look, you find Kenya, South Africa, Nigeria are the ones that are using the most of cryptocurrencies. And it's about the time we begin to talk about CBDCs. For the past 2-3 years, I've talked to several banks. I used to be in the task force for the OECD to look at this space. It's a changing space, but I think we have been slow with respect to adaptation. Countries like ours, where we've had corruption, for example, and you have traceability with CBDCs, you would end up solving more problems much more quickly than it happened. It used to be very difficult. People used to be told you have not paid for these services in government. There's someone who has hidden all the documents. But because of M-Pesa today, they say, oh, I've got the proof, it is here. It has changed several offices in government, not just in Kenya, but neighboring countries. I think we have the greatest opportunity, and I wished that we had the power that you have here, several professors in engineering, and I didn't have that opportunity. But I know now where to go when I have a serious scientific query to come and talk to. I've been privileged to sit here to listen to the history of this from Tim, we read Tim like a novel, and Vint Xavier, but it's good to see the faces, seeing them smiling that they are human beings, having discovered such disruptive technologies that we see now in the developing world, where people didn't think that we could even imagine that we can close the gap between developed countries and developing countries. And so I would beg that consider these CBDCs. We're trying to push Eastern Africa to begin to pilot this, as we did with M-Pesa. Michael Joseph, who was the CEO for Safaricom, came to see me. I still remember that he came at 2 p.m. and 1 minute, and he was asking, Ndema, what do we do with this thing? I said, let's proceed. Went to the governor of Central Bank, who said, this would enhance corruption in the country. But then after some time, we pushed, explained to everybody. We launched M-Pesa before the regulation, understanding that innovation precedes regulation. I know you are Europeans. You went ahead with GDPR before innovating around AI, but you bring it to Kenya. We'll move it forward, and you learn from us. Thank you so much.
Thank you, and may I ask Vint Cerf to come up to speak?
No, I think that we're so... You know that story. No, I think that we are running kind of late, and so my suggestion would be that we continue on, and I will try to capture some of the really deep insights that this panel produced in a more global summary, if that's okay.
Great. So, Bill, did you want to? Okay. So I'm going to use that 1 minute, if you like, or you want to do? Okay. So we are at a pivotal time. Some of you may know about Bretton Woods, which happened after 1945, after World War II, created the IMF and the World Bank. The World Bank and the IMF have announced Bretton Woods 80, the 80th anniversary of Bretton Woods. That was just announced this month. It is my conviction that the role for the UN Digital Agency of the ITU should be joining with Bretton Woods 80 to move forward on how to use digital to truly serve the people. Because with digital technology and digital footprints, we can go well beyond, we spend $100 million on education. That's the input. We can track output. We can track outcome. We can track impact longitudinally over time, taking into account cultural impact. This is the opportunity for us as scientists, as engineers, as mathematicians, to step into a place where we can truly bring opportunity to the people. So thank you.
Thank you, everyone. We're going to switch over panels now, and I'll ask Wendy Hall to come up, and we'll make the switch over. Just for those of you who are looking at your digital devices, the clock in the Royal Society is in fact 2 minutes slow. So those who are looking at the analog device on the wall might be slightly confused, but it is 1:15 now. So thank you, esteemed panel. It's over to you.
Okay, yeah, my panel, please come up on the stage.
And then give me a shout when you want me to field the questions. Yeah. Okay.
So if you ask a question, just no. I'm going to just do the order we agreed. Alan, thank you. Thank you, Alan. I can't tell you what it's like to have been in the same room as Alan Kay. He's my hero. I was going to make the point that we have 3 Turing awardees in the room. Alan's just leaving. We have Tim and we have Vint. Turing Award given by the ACM is the equivalent of the Nobel Prize for Computing, and I think it's actually worth more money, isn't it? It's $1 million. Yeah, so it's a very, you can look at Wikipedia, the list of winners, but we had 3 of them here, and Alan Kay, as I say, was one of my heroes. When I was a young lecturer, I can think of him as the father of modern computing. The father of personal computers, anyway. The Dynabook was Alan's invention. So anyone who uses an iPad, that's the man who invented it. So it's my pleasure. Each of the panels has a completely different sort of feel about it. I would say we're the youngsters. That's no. Did I say that? We're going to look more to the future and think about how the internet has impacted on society. And just a couple of opening comments from me, and then I'll introduce the panel. We're now, as many have alluded to, and the last panel as well with Jim, handing neatly to Nigel, who's the first person I'm going to speak on this panel. We're in the era of data, big data, and AI, and it's no coincidence, and people tend to forget this all the time, that the big players in generative AI are the internet companies. That is no coincidence. They have, for 2 reasons. One, we have a devil's pact with them. They have a lot of our data and we just hand it over. They can do what they like with it. And secondly, companies like Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Meta have developed the engineering ability to trawl the internet, the entire internet, every day, I don't know how many, how many seconds or minutes or hours. And that is an amazing engineering feat. Back in 2000, when Google said they were going to do this, nobody believed them. Nobody believed that was possible, let alone that young search engine that we all moved on to using in 2000 would become one of the biggest companies in the world and help the other companies like Microsoft, help Amazon grow and all the others that have grown because of the internet, but also enable companies like Microsoft to completely change their business model and become internet companies. And there are many other examples of things, but they are the drivers of this future. And anyone who thinks the AI and the internet are not connected, are not related, it's just madness. The internet is the driver of AI, and a generative AI, any AI that's using big data. And AI is keeping those companies going, if you like. It is the next. So they are inextricably linked. And I think we have to be very wary as we look forward to the era of AI, that we learn the lessons from history. And history tells us we did not seek to govern the internet. And both the panels have talked about that in terms, we have the standards. I mean, we still have the standards that Vint and Bob, TCP/IP developed in 1974, but we do not have global governance of the internet. We do not have a level, where's the gentleman from Kenya, we do not have a level playing field for the global south. So many things that we didn't get right for the internet. We didn't see some of the bad things coming. And people here might talk about that, I don't know. So we have a lot of challenges going forward, and I think we can learn from the history of how the internet has developed as we move forward into what's going to be very much an AI-driven era of the next 10, 20, 30, 50 years. I think Les Carr, as our resident comedian, has already invited people to the 100th anniversary of the Internet Party. I saw it going around on Twitter, I think. Okay, so my panel, let's go one by one. Well, yeah, we'll go around one by one. We've got an order in which we agreed an order in which we're going to do this. And so it's my pleasure, of course, to introduce my good friend and colleague from 2000. You came to Southampton. Little did you know, well, he's a philosopher and psychologist, right? I'm a mathematician and a computer scientist. He does things with computers I wouldn't begin to know how to do. Was a changing part of your life, I think, Nigel. And now, of course, you're at Oxford being principal of Jesus College. Is it principal? Yeah, I always forget which principal was, but principal of Jesus College, and his wonderful wine cellar there. So, Nigel, we agreed that you would go first and give us your view on, well, the internet and society and how we might go forward in the future. What's going to happen?
Thanks very much, Wendy. Well, I think I'll start with some reflections back just briefly. We're going to give about 5 minutes pitch, that's the idea.
And then we'll do a bit more.
Yeah. So people have been dating themselves with respect to various significant events, not young at all. Born in the year of the Dartmouth Conference, 1956, which is interesting. AI had been around before that, of course. Alan Turing's term of choice was machine intelligence, but AI has been around a good amount of time. When I went up to Edinburgh after my philosophy psychology degree, I went up to the Department of AI in Edinburgh in 1978. In fact, the joy of joys was working on PDP and DEC machines connecting through to the ARPANET via the satellite link via UCL and thinking, this is smart, this is neat. I couldn't believe what the possibilities were, but actually, AI got the web, may have used the internet, but got the web very late. And there's a really interesting reason for this, I think we might reflect on. And one of the reasons that a lot of AI's early efforts was around symbolic AI was it didn't have the compute, we had compute power as we thought was pretty impressive for the time, but we didn't have enough data or compute really seriously to drive the machine learning that has come to dominate. I mean, collecting data was a huge hassle back in the day, whether you worked in computational linguistics or in vision, just assembling data was a huge issue. When we got the web, when we began to weave the web and pull all of this data together, the network effect of data at scale is what has changed everything. Plus, as you say, the compute effect. And the other important thing to remind people of is that Google would not be the thing it is today without the public good that was an open web where they could harvest all of those links, those hyperlinks, and run a PageRank and give us great results back, build a massively successful business model off the back of that. I want to come back to the issue of public goods and public commons as against private goods, because I think that tensioning is where the tipping point where a new rebalancing needs to happen, and perhaps we can believe some of that as an opportunity going forward. So when Jim and I, we had been members of the symbolic AI brigade for many years before the semantic web was a thing, and when I met Tim, when we began to see this opportunity of web at scale, the open data initiatives were really this notion of if we could connect data at scale, I say data, it was data laden with semantics, you hoped, otherwise you would run into all the problems we heard about later on, so you're at the information level. If you could link this stuff together, what could we release? 15 years ago when we began that work, I think we had extraordinary ambitions. I think much of that is work in progress. I think to revisit that is super important because data is going to become the area which is both most contested and there's most opportunity. Why do I say that? Well, when we were doing the open data work, lots of data to get out there, lots of people arguing about what could and couldn't be released. It was non-personal data. We stayed away from challenges around personal data, but that balance is changing too, and we've heard a lot about this trade-off between private for who, private when, under what conditions, in a pandemic, well, maybe not. So there's all sorts of renegotiations about what we mean by private for a group, an individual, a collective, or a nation state. There's all sorts of interesting questions that we're still struggling to work out what is a settled position in terms of various stakeholder rights and interests. And when we began Web Science, we were partly enthused by that because the questions we wanted to ask at scale, in a certain sense, Finn had it exactly right. We're all kind of footnotes to Vint in some sense because he had it exactly right. It's computational X for all X. Computational sociology, when we started Web Science, we imagined it. It is a total thing now. I mean, the fact that people can answer really important questions about our interactions, about our likes and dislikes of this web of interaction, personal data, has been a crucial feature. However, at the very moment of opportunity, we used to get the Twitter feed, the speculative feed, which we could analyze as researchers. We found a new act of enclosure. So when I talk about public commons, I take us back to the property land commons that was talked about earlier on. Such an interesting analogy to think about. You appropriate content, get your arms around it, and new value is created. But there's huge value in keeping large amounts of our data estate open. Large amounts of it available for researchers for research. The collapse of general agreements about how we can extract and use data collected at scale between university researchers and the platforms is another interesting tension. I've probably taken about 3.5 minutes. Or
no, you're fine.
Am
I?
Okay, well, I'm rattling on because I want to move to the future and opportunities. The opportunity, well, there's a danger. The danger is that not only that the data becomes appropriated and we have to rebalance those distributions of who has access to it. It's why, for example, the solid protocols, the idea of redecentralizing the web is a powerful countervailing set of ideas. We all think the deal is done. In some sense, the platforms have and appropriate all the data. These things are never done. It's always a work in progress. It's always retensioning. The real issue for us now is in a world in which our large language models demand pretty well twice as much data as their parameter size, a couple of trillion tokens, we've consumed most of the human-generated content, so we're now relying on machine-generated content. We have reasons to believe that the pre- and post-generative AI era will mark a kind of pollution event, or some people see it as an opportunity, where machine-generated content has some quite undesirable qualities. And the issue of a possible model collapse and an issue around data provenance and quality is a new emerging threat in the landscape. Not talked about a lot, but I think has to assume a much higher. So the issues, again, talked earlier, Vint talked about provenance. Where was this content generated, under what conditions, what model? Has it been reused in our training? We're already seeing artifacts from our generative AIs that appear to have been the result of AIs being trained on other AI output. And a final, let's talk about some upside. The upside on this has got to be that we're an ingenious species. We run a slow hindbrain that gets in the way very often, or quite fast in some contexts. Stone Age in some respects, as Alan pointed out, but we're incredibly ingenious about necessity being the mother of invention. Science gives us one way to sort the good from the bad and the indifferent. My hope here is that the new kinds of web science we can do, the new kinds of internet science, are all about the entanglement of ourselves with our algorithms and our data at scale. We barely begin to scratch the surface on what those emergent properties look like. They hold promise for science, they hold promise for ill and good, they hold promise for ingenious researchers in compute-starved labs, like Oxford's, with all these bright people, to think, do I need all this compute? Do I need all this data? Can I sparsify it? Does it need this much energy? There is a ton of innovation to happen in spaces where resources are differently distributed. We will see it in the global south, just back from South Africa, where I saw people in Kayamandi and informal settlements, free access to broadband, very cheap data, much of it being driven from solar, much of it using completely different mesh networks. An idea of innovation in that space is also exciting. So there's much to talk about, much to kind of express, but I just think that we should never lose sight of the fact that the network effects of what we build are hugely powerful if we don't appropriate them, that we reflect on the fact we have to build a public commons as well as a private good.
That's brilliant. Thanks, Ivan. Just reflecting on all that and your background in psychology and philosophy, the relationship people have with, say, Web 2.0, social media, and the relationship they might have with, let's call it ChatGPT for now, that's too trivial, but it's, the future the generative AI and other AIs, how is that? My worry is that people will think it's just another type of social media. Does that...
Well, part of the trouble is they might think it's another kind of actual agentic intelligence. I mean, it is a kind of agentic intelligence. It's just, we remember when we had those projects on Memories for Life, imagining posthumous representations of the late departed 15 years ago, whatever. These realities mean that we will change our sensibilities around what our interactions are and whether we're having extended conversational interactions with artificial or human agents will be, well, it's consequential, but it's happening right now. It will happen in education, in health, in all sorts of different contexts. It's already happening massively in commerce. We ask ourselves, what's important to understand about the nuance? What's important to understand about the fact that the agent on the other side has not had a lived experience, contrary to some views, is not having first-person experiential kind of interest in the way that you and I are having. So it's accommodating to those realities, which are still quite poorly understood, I would suggest, in terms of their sociology.
And also, people got to ChatGPT through the web. Right?
Yes.
I mean, so to me, it's for people who don't understand the technology, it must be incredibly confusing about what it is and isn't. Perhaps we can pick that up a bit later. I'm now going to turn to my far right to our friend Nosher Contractor, who because his oh God, his uncle's Farouk Engineer. I love the crook. I always have to say this because it's the cricket connection. I love the names. And Nosher's someone who's moved from being an electrical engineer to a social scientist. Now that is no mean feat in itself, and someone who's accepted as a social scientist.
Yeah, I hope so.
And when we... Well, it's hard for electronic engineers to get that acceptance, actually, because I know what social scientists are like. Where's Pauline in the room somewhere? They're not that easily accepting of engineers. You made the mistake, of course, of when we ran the first Web Science Conference in Athens. Did you know that it was in Athens? Yeah. But it was rather weird because there was a parallel conference going on in Greek. I'll tell you that story over wine tonight. It was rather weird, wasn't it? There was this parallel conference in Greek about Greek culture in parallel with the Web Science Conference, Nigel was a keynote, Tim was there, and we invited you to be a keynote. And we've never let you go since. Because he's absolutely brilliant in this world, and he's going to talk about it. But I would like to also say that he's just agreed to take over from me as the Executive Director of the Web Science Trust. So thank you, Nosh. The Web Science Trust is in good hands.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Wendy. It remains to be seen whether I'm able to fill into those footsteps. I'm going to try my best in that respect, nonetheless. But I'm really excited, and thanks for inviting me to be on this panel on the Internet and Society. I flew in this morning from Florence, where I've spent the last 4 weeks teaching a class, a study abroad program for Northwestern University in Florence on the Renaissance and the Renaissance networks in particular. And the fact that I've spent that much time thinking about that has really positioned me to think about what we are doing today in this particular context. Because in a sense, if you look at the parallels between what happened during the Renaissance in the 14th and the 15th century in Florence, there are some amazing parallels. There was a time where there had people who had big patrons, not the kinds of patrons that Vint talked about in terms of government or DARPA, but they had their own set of patrons, and they were making very important contributions and changes in looking at art and science and politics. They revolutionized communication. The printing press happened as part of the Renaissance period. They radically changed the notion of what we think of today as commerce. The guilds came about during that period. Entertainment, art, education, a lot of those things happened during the Renaissance period. And today we are seeing again a parallel of that happening in the context of the internet, of the web, and of AI more generally. And I think that these contributions are making huge differences when it comes to expression, creativity, art. Also have in common a sense of interdisciplinarity, of collaboration across a lot of different constituents in society that are coming together to make this happen, which is again is parallel with what was going on then, and the global influence and the spread. Now, it took a little longer at the time to have the global influence and spread, but it was there then, and it's happening at exponential forms today. So what is it then that we can learn from all that we have seen happen during these spurts of incredible growth of revolution that we've seen in the past? And there is a lot to be learned from that. And I'm going to spend some of my time looking into the future by learning from the past in these different contexts. So if you think about the fact that we had the internet come in, and the internet brought a lot of computers together. I'm old enough to have spent time on the old Milnet and ARPANET networks. I was even banned from the internet when I was a graduate student at the University of Southern California because somebody mistook my last name, Contractor, to mean that I was a defense contractor that was trying to crack into a system. And so I've had that experience of having to have the odd experience of jumping on the internet. At the time, it was email. It was SMTP that was coming into place. And we were studying what was the effect of that on society, on the changing nature of work at the time. I love the phrase new media because it's eternal. Every time, every generation thinks of what it does as the new media. At the time, it was the email system that we were looking at. That gave way, and as we began to look at it, that gave way to things like the ERP, the enterprise resource planning, customer relations management. Someone says that this field is ripe with jargon monoxide, and that's what we see in all of these different acronyms that we've come up with. The social machines was a big invention that came along with the web, and I like the notion of weaving the web because it told us how important that network was and how powerful that metaphor that we always had in society, that we heard about in the last panel, has been reinforced, amplified, reimagined on a continuing basis. And it's on the substrate of that internet and the web that we now talk about the Gen AI. And it is when people say that the Gen AI is, and GPT has been rechristened in some context as standing for general purpose technology and equated to the steam engine, I think it's important to recognize that this is really the ensemble of the internet, the web, and on top of that, the Gen AI, which makes it this new steam engine or the general purpose technology, which is why web science has to constantly be nimble and reimagine itself as not just studying the original web as it was first thought about, not just Web 2.0 or Web 3.0, but now all of these new infrastructures that are being built on top of the web and that are now allowing us to think about a society where humans and AI are inextricably linked. It gives new meaning to Vince's notion of the Turing test too, where the power of the computer to tell whether whether the computer could distinguish between a human being and another computer, and that is important as we look at this part, as last thing I'll just say, in closing, three steps to keep in mind as we look at all these, as we look at the future. Every technology that we have seen, going back to the printing press, the telephone, and right up to now into Gen AI, we think of the technology in the short term, and we overestimate its impact in the short term, and we underestimate its impact in the long term. I'm not the person who coined it. This is Amara's law. But the idea is because in the short term, we think it's a substitute for what we do. That's not where we get the real payoffs. That's not where we get either the positive or the negative outcomes that come from it. We next move from substitution to say, oh, but we can do a lot more of it because it's so easy to do it. Think about the amount of time we spend using GPT to write the same letter that we might have written in the first place. We do a lot more letter writing because it's so easy to do it. The real benefits of every single technology historically, and I suspect it's going to continue as we look at the internet in society today, is the reconfiguration. How do we reimagine what we do, whether it's the changing nature of work, whether it's education, whether it's any of these different creative expression? How do we reconfigure it to truly take advantage? Robert Solow, who was an economist and won the Nobel Prize, said, when we look at IT, we find its effects everywhere except in terms of productivity. And the same thing applies both in the context of productivity, but also in terms of societal impacts. We need to think hard about how we can leverage it. The first iron bridge that was ever invented in the world was right here in the UK. The interesting thing is that when they tried to construct that bridge, they had no sense of how to create an iron bridge. They used the technology of wood dovetail sockets to create that bridge. That's what we are doing today. We are constantly using the internet as a way of saying that we take the Pony Express to take a message to the next place. And that's what we need to think about. Not substitution, not enlargement, but reconfiguration of technology.
Thank you. I'm going to ask you the same sort of question I asked Nigel. You mentioned the Turing test, which I used to teach about that, in the early days, and it was really, could a human being tell the difference between a human being?
This was the second version of it.
Yes, I get that,
Yeah.
And so you said, can a computer tell? Well, actually, I always thought the problem with the original Turing test was that Turing overestimated the intelligence of human beings. Because actually, it's incredibly easy to fool a lot of human beings.
Yeah.
Machines can quite easily do that. Now, but that's just my sort of way of looking at the world. But you're a team, your work is about teams.
Yeah.
Now, in the future, powered by the internet, multi-agent systems, we will have, AIs will be, whatever they are, will be part of the teams.
Yeah.
And I'm thinking about looking at, today's Zoom calls.
Yeah.
I assume all those people, all those pictures up there are human beings. In the future, they won't all be.
No.
I mean, what's your view?
I think this is exactly one of the areas in which we need to reimagine, not think of the AI today as a crouch, as something that is a crutch, but rather as a coach. And we still think about it in that way, and how it's going to take it's going to have massive impacts in terms of teams at the individual level, at the organizational level. You may be right, Wendy, that AI technologies is consolidated by the internet companies. But the technologies they are developing are disrupting the rest of the industries quite dramatically.
Yes,
that's not to lose sight of what's happening on that particular front. One of the ways in which we've been thinking about that is we think of technology initially as something that was a tool that we used. Then we moved and thought about it as an assistant. Think of Siri, Alexa, and so on, Google Assistant. But then we began to think about it as a teammate. In many cases, it is today not only a teammate, but in some cases a manager. There's good work being done at Stanford where the technology and the AI is allocating who is doing what work and at what point you are on the fly creating a virtual organization that comes together governed by the AI to be able to think about how to work in this context. So the notion of how we reimagine not just having a human in the loop, but a computer in the group, as was some people talk about.
I like that. Yeah,
that have really made this a very important part of what we are doing.
A group of computers in a group of
A group of computers. Well, there was one last comment I'd make since you brought that up. There was Warren Bennis, who's now, the late Warren Bennis was a very famous pundit, management pundit at USC, and he said that the future of the factory will be one man and one dog. And the responsibility of the man would be to watch the dog, and the responsibility of the dog would be to make sure the man didn't mess with all the robots who were actually running the factory.
Okay, on that note, shall we turn to Vicky Nash? Vicky is you're the director of the Oxford Internet Institute now, aren't you? Yeah. When I first met Vicky, what were you then, a research fellow?
Probably.
Yes. Because when we started Web Science at Southampton, before we started the Web Science Trust, it was called WSRI, I think, in the early days, wasn't it? We were just us and MIT, and the first partners we had were the Oxford Internet Institute, and we had that EPSRC grant to do all sorts of exciting things. And you were the person at the Oxford Institute. I think of you as the person who ran it. I mean, Bill Dutton was the director, but...
We had a fantastic summer school, didn't we, with brilliant students from all over the world.
Yeah, absolutely, and we did some really cool stuff under that. Yeah, so it's fabulous to have you here now as the boss of the Institute. Congratulations. Off you go, Vicky.
Thank you. Thank you so much. It is...
Oh, you're a political scientist, I meant to say. That's her background. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, and philosopher, actually, as well, like Nigel. Political theorist, political philosopher, political scientist. Thank you so much for the invitation today. So, as you said, I have got this incredibly privileged position at the moment of being director of the Oxford Internet Institute, which means that on a daily basis I work with about 200 graduate students, about 50 faculty members, all of whom focus on the internet and society, trying to understand, why does it matter? What's happened over the last 50 years or so. So this topic, really, really close to our hearts. I wanted to go back, though, to a very basic point that Vint made at the beginning. So when he introduced this idea of the internet as a sort of this network of networks, for me, the key point is that behind many of those machines that are being connected, there are human beings. Not all of them, to be fair, but many of them. And I suppose it's that I wanted to focus on in my sort of 4 or 5 minutes. So, for me, we might have 50 years of the technology, but if I look at, say, ChatGPT today, right now, it looks as if we discovered AI in the last year. And so I wanted to cast our minds back a little bit to see what did it look like when we discovered the internet, and how has that changed the way that we communicate, and maybe how has it given rise to some of these concerns that lots of people have mentioned today. So, disinformation, electoral manipulation, et cetera, et cetera. So, if you can sort of cast your mind back, and I recognize there are some people who are so young in the room, they won't remember some of this, but never mind. If we think back to sort of the 1990s, it was very much about work. It was about email, it was about research. Obviously, we did have interest groups, bulletin boards, news groups, and so on. Largely text-based, maybe some imagery if you had a decent internet connection. But it's so different to what we have now. Advance it a little bit, early 2000s. You start to get maybe sort of slightly more decent broadband. I seem to remember one of the first events we ever held at the OII in 2001 was what would we do if we had 1 megabyte per second as a society, right? So that's what we were dealing with. Think about the advent of social media. So move from Web 1.0 to Web 2.0. What was key about that? Well, again, if you can remember back, before then, you could consume things, maybe if maybe you could post to a specialist site, but you certainly couldn't share, you couldn't create on the scale that we do now. You couldn't reach an audience of thousands, even millions, with a message that you write on your computer at home. Think about the move from the PC to mobile technology, right? So the predominant message about internet safety in the early 2000s was you had a family PC and you put it in the lounge and you looked over the shoulder of your children while they were using it. Move to mobile, you have a private device in your pocket, in your child's pocket, that can be used wherever, whenever, and nobody, need know what you're doing with it. Think ahead perhaps a little bit further, and we have, with the advent of mobile, we have app-based interfaces, which enable, the rise of not just more and more children as users, but the idea almost of the pre-literate internet user. So you've had all these changes in technology, in the device, in the platform, in the interface, etc. All of them phenomenal. But these have very rapidly changed the way we use the internet to communicate with each other. So if I look at that, and I love that, and I think about all the amazing things that's enabled us to do, all the changes in education, in our ability to access information, in the way we talk to each other, how we communicate with other people on the other side of the world, that is all incredible. But clearly at the same time, it is those very same characteristics or affordances that give rise to things like fake news, disinformation, about political propaganda, the role of external actors, hate speech, bullying, child sexual abuse materials being shared, and so on. So that's how we've got to where we get to today, that many of the things that are great about the internet are also the things that underpin what's bad about it. Now, one of the lessons I think that we've been discussing a lot in this panel is what can we learn from looking back and take to improve things in the future. So for me, just a couple of points. So the first thing, and I'm so glad I can say this year, I think we're getting better at regulation in this space. I don't think we're there, and I think it's going to take a few iterations, but the idea that this is somehow, unregulable, as many people thought in the early 2000s, I think is very much proven not to be the case. So, yes, it is right that if you're going to make millions, billions out of these technologies, you need to develop them responsibly, and you probably need to sell products that are broadly safe, at least, for users. Second, though, we also need to understand a bit more about the effects of these technologies. So to go back to it's a great point you're making about data. At this point where we're worrying about the problem of disinformation, we actually don't know if it makes a difference. It's very hard for us to demonstrate that it actually will switch an election or change somebody's mind. We talk about data provenance. Once you've seen the image, it doesn't necessarily matter where it's come from. If it's had an emotional effect, to go back to Alan's point about different parts of your brain, the damage is done, right? So we need more research, and in order to do that research, we often need access to data only held by these large companies. So data commons, completely agree with. My last point, I guess, in closing would be that I think, we're getting much better about talking about how we design these technologies to be more responsible, to be more human, more people-centered. But actually, as the flip side of that, we also need to think about the role of these technologies in our lives and prepared to think about the sort of messy human realities which shape our interaction with them, right? So why do we have the rise of incel movements online? Why are so many of our young men feeling disenfranchised and involved with no future? That's not down to the internet. That's going to be something much deeper. So for me, that's the last message. The internet is here to stay. We can think about the technology problems, but we also think much, much more deeply about how technology and society interact with these long-held social problems. Thank you.
So you've developed one of the best MSCs around in this area. I forget exactly the name.
We have two: social science, the internet, and social data science. Which one do you want?
The social science, the internet.
Yeah.
What do you at the end of that MSc? What are you expecting your students to understand, know about, and go out and do?
We expect them to understand a bit about how it works, about how it is and why it's difficult to regulate. And then thirdly, we expect them to understand how you study its implications in society. So what questions can you ask, with what data, and why is that useful?
So important. We've been trying to do this at Southampton for donkey's years. We need more of these types of interdisciplinary courses. So if you're at a university, think about this is, and we need it for internet and AI to get across. Thank you, Vicky. So, last but by no means least, Professor Hannes Werthner. Now, you say you're retired, but I don't think of you as a retired person at all, from Vienna University of Technology. And you're most well known, and we're working with you on the work you do on digital humanism. And you had the workshop in 2019. I assume you didn't have one in 2020 because of COVID, the pandemic. But you had the Vienna Manifesto then, and you're a key figure behind the Digital Humanism Initiative. You've got the book. You're a computer scientist, and we gave you the last word because I think you're going to be a bit, I was going to say controversial, maybe. Anyway, we'll leave it to Hannes to decide what he wants to say at the end of this panel.
First of all, thanks for the invitation to participate at this meeting. From a personal note, when I started to study computer science 50 years ago, I had problems to explain my friends and my family what I would study at that moment. They did not understand. At that moment, we had this digital brain or electronic brain, something like a notion for that. And I could not imagine that 50 years later, I would sit here in this room participating in this high-level discussion. What happened in these 50 years is, and it was explained very well, that we have this ensemble of technologies. It's not only the internet, it's coming from the internet up to generative AI, it's mobile device, it's the PC, it's everything is a little technological revolution, but in its total, I think it's functioning as the operating system of our society. I think it's something really you can compare. It's the hardware, it's the software, and it's the people, it's the behavior, it's the means, how we use it, and I think this is very similar to the notion of an operating system. With this, we have arrived, not only technology, but we also as a community, at the center of our society. We have arrived at the governmental levels. It is discussed at international organizations level. It is discussed at individual government levels, the good side and the bad sides. I will also talk about the bad sides a little bit, or let's say the downsides. As a background to digital humanism, I didn't know that, but 56 states of the world, including also international organizations, have rules and principles and regulation how to govern the internet and how to approach AI in some general terms. And this is a very high number. The bad news is that it's mainly about misuse or about some shortcomings we can observe in the AI field. But one thing we did not mention in discussion up to now is the high concentration within the web. We have very few companies. It's the the platform companies, the internet companies, somehow governing, controlling the web. We have a decentralized architecture by design. The web and the internet is a decentralized architecture, and it's funny that on the, let's say, on the economic level, we have a highly concentrated web. We have changed somehow from a citizen, it was designed for sharing for citizens, we became consumers. So it was somehow, let's say, the clicks are important and not, let's say, data sharing. These two sides, let's say the positive sides, the contribution to wealth, to progress, also democratization in some sense, but also the bad sides, the downsides. This is the background of the Digital Humanism Initiative, where we started 2019. So we had a workshop very interdisciplinary from computer science up to political science, anthropologists, historians, where we also wrote and signed the Vienna Manifesto on digital humanism. And we somehow, not directly rooted, but we have a relationship or a heritage coming from the Vienna Circle for some of these philosophers like Popper, who said there is no reasonable alternative to optimism. So you should look at the future also if there are some downsides, you should look at the possibilities offered by that. And with that sense, we define digital humanism as something where we look and analyze the interplay or the co-evolution of technology and humans, but we also try to interfere to make it some better for a better society, a sustainable society, where the human needs and values are in the center of the development. We understand, and this is in the tradition of humanism, and it's also going back to your Renaissance example, we are the agents of our life. We have to envision the future. It's up to us. There's nobody else in the room, nobody else in the world who can do that. It's up to us. It's a collective decision. We have to design it jointly. And this is the background of this digital humanism we are doing. We are looking forward to joining forces. I very much like the notion Vint Cerf has mentioned this digital social contract or social digital contract in all mutations or combinations. It's important. It's digital, it's social, it's about the society, it's about us. And contract, it has to be mandatory. There has to be some obligations we need to follow. I think it's too important to leave it up to some very few companies or even also only to some governments. I think it's up to us, and this is the notion of digital humanism, where we are active. We are doing books, we are doing summer schools. We have a summer school at the beginning of September where we go especially at PhD students in an interdisciplinary manner, where we go from computer science up to history. This is something we are doing now for the 3rd year. And we will have a big digital humanism conference, I can announce now, in spring 25, together with the city of Vienna, who plans to do a yearly event on digital humanism, understanding that technology is something we have to design, to engineer, and envision jointly on an international scale, also involving other sciences. It's too important to leave it up to computer scientists.
Oh, absolutely. Karen Spark-Jones always said it's too important. Computer science is too important to leave to men. Just say.
This is, let's say, male computer science.
That was the late great Karen Spark-Jones's contribution to the debate. Thank you, Hans. Now, in the interest, I could ask you lots of questions, but I would say I had the privilege of going to Vienna in, when was your last conference?
In June.
Last year, was it
Yeah.
not? Gosh,
It was about,
okay.
yeah, it was.
And they're amazing conferences because they're so wonderfully interdisciplinary. And our alliance is the Web Science Trust, the People-Centered Internet, Digital Humanism, People-Centered Internet, Digital Humanism, and the Digital Enlightenment Forum, George. So this is coming. Now, in the interest of time, we haven't had any questions from Slido for a while, so Bill is going to take the last 20 minutes of this. All right. So he can, right, panel?
Are we
Questions
good?
from Slido.
So I'd just say, as a philosopher and a psychologist and a political scientist and a computer scientist, I love all of you, obviously. But as someone who was taught by Elizabeth Anscombe, I'm dubious about basing anything on the Vienna Circle, so we need to talk about that later. There have been a range of questions about governance, and I think they're relevant here, about the IETF, about ICANN, other things. And one question in particular from Laura Ellis, who's in the audience, struck me as being of interest and maybe something you can all address. Laura says, are there global deliberative democracy models we should be aspiring to as we come to grips with the next 50 years of the internet as technologies are evolving so quickly? So should we be looking for completely new models of governance, and what might they be?
Who'd like to go first on that one? Vicky, you're being volunteered.
So, yeah. So I do think that, I do think we can do more at the global level, but I don't think we can do it all at the global level. We either agree on things like standards and protocols where it's clear in everybody's interests to agree globally. We maybe agree on a very sort of thin sliver of issues where actually our values are broadly aligned. I think we've got much further on issues around things like countering child sexual abuse materials online than I ever thought we'd get. But actually, even when you start talking about things which in theory everybody agrees about, like human rights, it gets quite difficult. So I don't think it's, I wouldn't want to say we shouldn't try. I guess I'm a bit too long in the tooth to say that's going to solve everything.
No?
No, I mean, just on the point that you mentioned that to some extent regulation has some causes for optimism around that thought. I mean, we had the online safety bill go through, which I think was a powerful piece of work in the UK. Other stuff possibly going to go through in the context of a new government. What does intrigue me about all of this is how far we can kind of get both a larger and a local discourse here. So I'm quite interested by the notion of in deliberative democracies, notions like citizen juries. People are re-examining what it means to bring people together to come to kind of reasonable views, and whether computing, I mean, again, the original dream of a lot of the internet was this notion of a public square to bring people together, and we've seen kind of a have we seen a failure of nerve? Is it just that we don't have the right platforms? It genuinely interests me the extent to which we can take that forward, and whether regulation has a place and a space to play in that is, I think, important. I think we can agree collectively on broad issues, as you say. I'd like to think that in some specific areas we can move forward both collectively and. Yeah, just to say, I'm quite optimistic about the notion of regulation. When you listen to those who consume their podcasts, Swisher, Kara Swisher, Pivot, they're always banging on about the absolutely essential need for capitalism to be left to run its route. You know, just it's all about maximising shareholder value, and then government should step in and do the regulation. That is very much a view that the West Coast seems to embody. I do think we have to imagine that there could be a more permissive state position where companies themselves can work with governments in less than just a profit-seeking motive. I mean, it's very easy to establish the fact that it's just about shareholder value. There used to be a public purpose behind private companies. They used to have public purposes, and I wonder whether we couldn't reimagine instigating those sorts of institutional changes.
This is a very complicated question, no? Because it's a normative one. It involves an ethical question. You could also follow Kant and things like that. I would like to add a second dimension to that, because it's not only between states or among states and international organizations, because you also have to look, what Nigel has mentioned, you also have to look at private companies. And you have to interfere also with private companies. It cannot be that the main development or also the research at the moment going on in generative AI is mainly done by private companies. University has a serious problem following up, either by resources on different levels and things like that. I think this is an issue we have to reason about, and there are several ideas how this could be done. At the moment, I think an important body for, let's say, agreeing on principles, I think, is United Nations. I think we should focus there, because I think it's the only international body where the different parts of the world, where we are in a very fast movement, we are going into a new Cold War. I think the danger is really here. I think United Nations plays an important role, and I think we should really carefully look at technology, what role technology plays here. Universities in control, and let's say technology could even play a bridging function, and they should not be a dividing function in that sense. And also international organization here. I think this we should also see as a, let's say, as a task, or let's say a vision we could also have as an academic community to, let's say, to realize this situation and to provide an answer. So it's much more complicated than democracy, yes or no?
I think very briefly, I think the only person on the panel born in the Global South, I want to amplify an issue that you raised, but also bring us back to Mei Lin's point this morning about Singapore and the secret of success there. I think that I agree that organizations like WSIS are places where we could be able to have this, but I think we need to recognize the plurality of opinions and understanding of what deliberative democracies mean in different parts of the world. And that means that whatever technology policy we want to do has to be a very light touch that meets some lowest common denominator in order to have the collective action that Nigel was touching on earlier on, but be able to do it in a way that doesn't alienate major portions of the world.
Thank you. Do you want to step out of the chair for a moment, Wendy, and give your opinion?
What?
On the question. Yeah.
Oh, I've just been immersed in the United Nations stuff for a year, and our report will come out next month. And
do send us a draft.
Well, I can't. I suspect Doreen's seen it. And it goes in through the digital compact. It doesn't go in that's to the General Assembly. And I'm very comforted to hear, because when I first went onto that board, a lot of people said, oh, United Nations, it's flawed, it can't peacekeep, what can it do? But there is no other body that can do it at this level. And I've enjoyed the process, but I really hope that the major recommendations in the report are adopted by the General Assembly so that we can move forward. It's a long journey. It's not going to be... We can all agree that we need standards, we need good dialogue, we need capacity building for the Global South, but how you actually do that is quite difficult. So
Okay.
anyway,
Thank you.
I was sort of hoping
No,
to get another
I will move
question
on.
in.
No, there is plenty of time. I've got 2 more questions.
Oh.
So I'm going to sort of combine 2 questions, one from Pete Ray and one from Timoteo Freitas. So Timoteo asks, how can the public be protected from misinformation or disinformation as a societal evil mediated by technology? Strong words there. And then Pete asks, and it's sort of linked, do we think the increasing use of the internet and social media is negatively affecting the behaviour and mental health of young people? So what do we feel about the downsides or potential downsides of the network? Is there evidence and is there anything that we could do about it?
I refer you to an excellent report from the Royal Society on the online information environment. I mean, it's actually, it takes the rather interesting view that it's not about taking down misinformation and censoring platforms. It's about a bigger, broader educative process, which actually starts partly with dispelling some myths about what science is. I mean, the idea is that part of the failure in trust is often that people see scientists as people in white coats that come down and hand down the truth. And what you've got to try and... the story has got to be about the fact we all stand on the edge of error. And our whole process is about dealing with error correction.
That's not going to get you elected.
Pardon?
That's not going to get you elected. We all stand on the edge of error.
But you know, that is the challenge. That is the challenge. How do we bring that sense of a critical framing of what it is to make sense of the world? And then actually, the idea of misinformation and conspiracy theories is about bringing some kind of critical thinking skills into that and to just give up on it. And actually, some of the evidence on the impact of these efforts, the jury appears to be out on that, actually, as a matter of fact.
Vicky?
I'd completely agree.
And then we'll come to Johannes.
So actually one of the biggest issues, one of the biggest problems to me is we don't have good research evidence really on either of these questions for some fairly obvious reasons. So one is media effects research has always been difficult, I think, hasn't it? Actually, not to show that, you know, media content A has had effect B on people is really, really hard because people read the newspaper, they watch TV, they talk to their friends, etc. So isolating that something is happening because you've read some misinformation online is difficult. But it also seems to be the case that where we do have evidence, it is much more complicated, and it's also about the relationship of information across the ecology. So it's the fact that, you know, sometimes this stuff is picked up by broadcast media, or it makes its way onto you know, Fox News in the US, etc. It's picked up by friends. So that's the very first thing. I think in terms of how you protect people, you're right. We need to do more work on the evaluation of what works. But actually just some basic things like investing much more in critical media literacy in schools, inoculation techniques, etc. There are places we can start. On the mental health one, I mean, again, if people are interested in this, I can point you towards some really good researchers at OII who are, you know, who are looking at it at the macro level, right? So at the macro level, it doesn't look like there are clear negative effects on mental health that one can blame on social media. Doesn't mean that for individuals, there may not be problematic outcomes, but certainly at a societal level, the type of message that you're seeing and things like that, book by Jonathan Dilthon-Hayes, does not seem to be borne out. That's it in a nutshell.
Thank you. As we turn to Hannes and then...
I'll just say very quickly, I'd say notion that in many of these areas, there are dual effects. We see opposite effects happening in spite of each other. And in the case of misinformation, a lot of the focus has been on regulating or finding ways to reduce the supply. I think a lot of the social science research is trying to focus on the fact that the supply might be down, but the demand is still there for it. And so that's the part of the social science making and trying to understand.
And I think you've got to be very careful about evidence, because I was just looking up, Susan Greenfield was pilloried when she tried to, she was done some neuroscientist at Oxford she said she had evidence that our brains were changing, and she was pilloried and bullied out, you know, because, because she was just making this claim and they said there wasn't the evidence for it. Sorry. So we've got to be very careful about what we say.
Hannes, do you want to add?
No, there are several, just with social media, there are several examples where they show positive effect on engagement, participation, political movements, things like that, especially Africa. I had a student as a fellow coming from South Africa. She was collecting examples of that. So it's a dual side again. So I would not just blame it, but you could also have a look at the positives.
Thank you.
Just as a...
No, that's helpful. And particularly those interested in misinformation and health information, I refer you to a forthcoming paper from the Royal Society, BBC, and the Wikimedia Foundation, which is being written even as we speak and will be published soon. Soon. Which is as good as it's going to get. Right. We're now going to go for the traditional light-hearted final any questions type question from Andrea Malucci. Very brief answers here. At university, my professors always ask, if you were to redo your project, what would you do differently? If we were to redo the internet, what would you do differently?
Oh, right, who wants to start? No, you can't say anything.
Later. Come on, brief.
Who wants to go first? You get it? No? No? Someone first?
You're asking what the question was.
I did not understand.
What would you do differently if we were starting now? You're sitting in the lab with Vint and Bob.
Can we talk about the web or just the internet?
The internet. Oh. This is the conference about the 50th anniversary of the internet. I have my own issues with Tim.
All right, we'll save that for the 50th anniversary of the web then. All right, and what would you do differently?
I think
okay.
I'm just kidding.
No. Come on then, Mylin. You get 30 seconds.
Short,
the internet spread through the NRENs, the National Research and Education Networks. What I would do differently is be very careful about sending the ISPs out without the intellectual capital centers of the countries and the communities. And so I think that if the NRENs, the National Research and Education Networks, had spread out to their feeder schools, and their schools had spread out to their feeder communities, we would have a much better answer than schools saying, you mean I have to have an IT department?
Okay, that's the time. Thank you.
And of course, we will ask Vint that question.
No, well, Vint
now, I want to finish this session and then we'll...
Vint now gets to come and close everything down.
Yeah,
so that's why he has absolute opportunity to rebut everything you've just said.
Okay.
That's me. Done.
Thank you, Bill. Thank you, panel.
Thank you.
Stay here a minute. Stay here a minute. I want to thank my panel. We could have gone on forever with this stuff. It's getting very hot and stuffy in here, and we're keeping you from Vint's closing remarks and the alcoholic refreshments that come at 5:30, courtesy of our sponsors. And I wanted to say thank you. As I sit here looking at the audience and all the people that are here that have been so instrumental in developing the internet themselves. I can see some amazing people in this room have been part of that journey from the get-go. And thank you all for coming and being part of this. We have been live streamed today. That recording will go on the Royal Society website and on in the ACM Digital Library and probably on all our websites as well. So for people to see, they won't be able to interact in the way we've done. This is, and we're going to produce a report of the day jointly with of course, Ross. It's probably Royal Society report that we join in on. I just wanted to say that this event has been a year in the planning. The internet's been 50 years. Mylene and I now have an annual summit at the Beach Chalet in San Francisco. It's right on the beach by the Golden Gate Bridge. We've just had, at the one we had last year, we planned this event, because of course they've already had an event at Stanford, much a bigger event than this one, and I think Mylene's planning something in Asia as well, because it's a year of the 50th anniversary of the internet that PCI have been crafting. And so we had our second Beach Chalet Summit, 3 weeks ago? So you have no idea what's coming next, right? We have plotted and planned for some exciting things going forward. So I'm going to say thank you to all the teams, thank you to the panels. We're now going to leave the stage and give Vint the last word. But I would like him to answer the question, what would you have done differently? Thanks, panel. Thanks, everyone.
I'll fail miserably in trying to summarize anything. So instead, I'm going to draw attention to a few things that really caught my eye and I jotted down. So this is a pithy report, so to speak. The first thing I think I would do differently is to bring sociologists, psychologists, neuroscientists, and others into the development of the internet to understand its impact on its users. We didn't do that because at the beginning it was being built by a bunch of engineers trying to solve what was a technical problem. We didn't fully appreciate what was going to happen once it became available to the general public and the private sector. Looking back, if we had understood that, I would have drawn on additional resources, socioeconomic expertise in social and economic impact of technology, but we didn't understand that it was going to do that. And I have the feeling that it might have been difficult to do that because people would say, well, this is just an experiment, and why would we waste time on this social and economic and psychological analysis, but we should have done that. Probably the most important one word that I'm taking away from this conference is responsibility. And the notion of responsibility-X, just like computational X, responsible X, I think, should become a really important part of the way we think. We should, whether it's individuals or institutions, organizations, or states, need to learn to take responsible actions with technology. Investors can't get away with the argument, well, I just put money into this company and what it decided to do isn't my fault. Yes, it is. What you decide to invest in and to encourage and support should involve some sense of responsibility. So I think that's an important message from this meeting, is to start talking about responsible X for many different values of X. One thing I can tell you about the leadership panel of the Internet Governance Forum is that we put a paper out called The Internet We Want. And the next version of that is going to be something like The Internet We Want and How to Get There. And that is a really, really important challenge to figure out. Given all of today's discussions, that's exactly what we need. We need a roadmap for figuring out how to get to a better place in the Internet than we are at today. Also, it occurred to me as I was looking at all the acronyms that we should build a monument. It's called the Acronympolis. And it would be the temple of acronyms, and we could put that in, of course, somewhere in Athens would be the appropriate place. Mei Lin said something that science should serve humanity, and I think that is exactly right. But I also realize that there's something fascinating about truth and fiction. Even in scientific circles, this is one of the reasons we have so much trouble with science. In scientific circles, we do our very best to come up with the explanations for how things work and why they work that way. And when people ask us to use that expertise, we respond to the best of our ability. Then research continues, and we may discover that the theory we had fallen in love with and was demonstrated by the measurements we made is not right. It's not exact enough. And so when people come and say, what should I do? And we tell them, you should do this based on what I know. 10 years later, they come and they ask the same question. You say, well, you should do Y, which is different than X because we've had 10 years to figure it out. Some people will say, thank you for the additional information, and other people will say, so you lied to me about X, and so I don't believe Y either. And this is a serious problem of people not understanding the mechanics of science, the idea that we are willing to abandon what we thought was true for something which is more true and more factual. Let's see. Oh, and another thing with regard to the data discussion, one of the most, some of you may have heard of these Jupyter notebooks. I've finally come to understand that this may turn out to be one of the most powerful tools available to science, because what it will enable a scientist to do is to share the data and the algorithms and everything else that led to a given conclusion. And so the ability to share not just the data, but all the other mechanisms in a package that you could exercise it with suitable computing capability will allow repeatability in science. And that has been something which is a difficult challenge that has not been met very effectively. So with regulation has come up several times in the course of these discussions. I would like to again draw attention to the fact that the internet and the World Wide Web are layered structures. And the fact that they're layered means that there are different functions happening at different layers, and there are different parties executing those functions in the different layers. So if you want to have something to say about the way in which a particular layer is working, or the way in which a party, a participant, or an actor is behaving in a particular layer, you need to keep track of the fact that that's different depending on which layers you're in. The jurisdictions may be different depending on the layers that you're in. The incentives for changing behavior may be different depending on the layer you're in, which leads me to one final observation that's really important. Well, I have two, actually. One of them is that if you don't like the behavior that you're seeing, you have to understand the incentives that are driving that behavior. And then you have to ask yourself, is there any different incentive that would produce different behavior? And then, if there is an answer that yes, then you have to figure out, how do I change the incentives? And sometimes the law can help you. Think seatbelts, think about smoking, and the fact that you have this balance of scientific evidence and then legal incentives to say there are liabilities if you aren't wearing your seatbelt, or liabilities if you make cars without seatbelts, liabilities if you allow people to smoke where they shouldn't. So sometimes we need the legal structures to help us provide incentive, but because the internet is such a global phenomenon, we have to do this collaboratively across national boundaries. That's hard, but it's something that we really need to undertake. I love the term digital humanism, although it immediately made me think of a bunch of robots trying to understand people. And you know, it's like the robots would get together and conspire to study digital humanism. The last point I would make has to do with a kind of an overarching perspective of this last 50 years or so. I think we started out with the hopes of a marketplace of ideas that would be broadly shared by the public, by academia, and by all the various stakeholders. So a marketplace of ideas, open and interactive. And what we've ended up with is a mob in the agora. So we have to do something about the mob, and that's the primary takeaway today, is figuring out how to get back to that marketplace of ideas that we were hoping for. Thank you.